Wow. Wow. Oh, look at everyone's rolling in. Everyone's rolling in, guys. It's 4:30 a.m. So I apologize for all of this. I have brushed my teeth. Nice to see people rolling in too. I wasn't sure because obviously some of the big YouTube creators are live with this story, but when my phone starts going ding, ding, ding at like 10, 4:15 in the morning, I'm thinking, my first thought was they've arrested someone. Thank you to Shanna and Ruth for letting me know. And yeah, it's really early. Look, thought I'd go live. Not everyone wants to hang out in huge channels. There is going to be a press release in a couple of hours. Shanna just messaged me that as well. So, you know, I might go back to bed for a little while and then do the presser. But wow, isn't today the day they're having a celebration of life for Kaylee and Maddie, or was that yesterday? Or like it's New Year's Eve here, so I had a feeling it was either the 30th or the 31st. I'll say hello to a few people, but yeah, go easy on me. I am waking up to this news at it's now 4:44 a.m. In fact, hang on a sec. So it is pretty big news, and yeah, just be easy on me. Be easy on me. Hello, Ruth. Thank you again for messaging, gorgeous. Kim Heffernan, hello. Yeah. It wasn't a jack. I originally had that as my, the header for this live. And then I was like, I don't know. But my instant thought is, when are we going to see all these apologies from people who have been, as we've been talking about from the get-go, all these kids? And isn't it interesting too, like if you look back at the last 6 weeks, 7 weeks, all of the information that's been provided to the public, except for the Elantra, none of it really, from the sounds of it, had anything to do with this guy. What have we been saying, guys? 5%, maybe 10 max of what the cops knew we knew. I don't know if this is going to make a difference, though. Like, this was a very graphic crime, and I understand human curiosity, but I can see the next awful case, the same sort of thing is going to happen. But will people be offering apologies? You know, all these channels that have had innocent names as their subjects for weeks and weeks on end, ripping innocent kids to shreds. And what did I say right at the start, guys? I said he long gone. He out of there. So where is he? Poconos, Pennsylvania. Poconos. I've got Kokomo in my brain. Hello, Blissful with Texas. It is a great day. And this is what true crime people want. This is the day we wait for. We're going to have a look at the guy in a minute. Creepy vibes coming out of him, not just in the arrest photo, but also other photos. I'm going to put all of it up shortly because, you know, the less you see of 4 a.m. Tory, the better. Hi, Mandy Hall. Thank you guys for joining me. I mean, there's a lot of well, not a lot, but there's quite a few of the really big channels live at the moment. So I really appreciate you choosing to come here. I mean, the beauty of here is great community. You can all chat. I get to read all the chats usually, except for when I'm on the beach and it's flying and I can't read the screen. But other than that, here at home, usually good to go. Who else has come in? Hey, Shana, what are you doing? Jamie, Texas chick. Hello. Hello, beautiful. Been a long while. What a night to rock up, roll in. Well, or in the morning. I'm a beaut. Well, thank you, Kim. I don't know if I'm a beaut. You were hoping I'd go live, Blissful. Well, here we are. And we're going to have a look at the crepe very shortly. Weirdly, Jamie, look, they towed an Elantra from where he was arrested. Interesting. I knew it wasn't anyone that all the channels were accusing the whole time. I didn't have a strong hinky meter about this case, I must admit. But I just kept going over and over on this channel about how little we know. I even postulated at one point in time that maybe Moscow PD, State Police, FBI, one or all three of them were actually feeding the public red herrings, like that second little bit of grub truck video, just to feed the sharks and keep them away from where they were and what they were doing. Will there be apologies? Will there be tweets congratulating the Moscow PD, the FBI, the State Police? Like, this is actually where I get really fascinated. Will there be any humility on YouTube by those who have once again treated this like a TV show, criticized the cops because it wasn't solved in an hour, named innocent kids? I mean, the innocent kid thing with Kylie Rodney still infuriates the hell out of me. The innocent guy in Australia who was put all over YouTube in America, not in Australia, because he was suing basically every news outlet that was doing it, saying that he took Cleo Smith when he didn't. Oh, and also all the channels that said the parents did it. Like, we can go through so many different cases. Athena Strand, the stepmom. We're not going to see apologies or any humility. But us true crime, our OG true crimes, these are the days that we live for. This is the sort of stuff we want. It's about being patient. And seriously, it hasn't been that long. They obviously, remember right at the start, there was mention of the perpetrator being sloppy. I kind of feel that little bit of information probably was the most important thing out of everything. I reckon they had a pretty good idea. But we're going to have a look at the news stories while I wake up and have some coffee. Grab a mega pint. Yeah, he ran for the hills. He did, Ruth. 4 a.m. Tori looks at 4 a.m. Tori is disgusting. I did brush my teeth. I have got water and I did make a quick coffee too, because God. But hey, here's to you, cops. Well done. Well done. Look, yeah, I get more disgusted by true crime on YouTube every day. But one of the benefits of it, though, is we're all starting to find each other. Like this little channel, 500 subscribers, all amazingly good people. But all of us are on the same page, not necessarily on the way we look at things and what we think might be going on, but we're reasonable and we don't name and shame innocent people for weeks on end. I mean, Kylie Rodney, it still haunts me. There's a kid that had, in his family, they had to leave Truckee because they were getting death threats from people on YouTube. I'm not giving up on talking out about how people are interfering with investigations, but also taking things real life. I'm not. I've been criticised a little bit by doing it, especially regarding this case. Bring it on. Criticise me all you want. This is a classic example, once again, of why all of that naming and shaming and going out into people's real lives is so dangerous. So yeah, rip me to shreds all you want because you think it's one of the jacks. I don't care. You were wrong. You're going to say sorry to me for the snark you put under my videos? No, I don't expect an apology. But I think you need to write one to Jack's family, whichever Jack it was that you were accusing. Lily, hello. It is great news. So it's going to be a bit of a 4:30 a.m. Well, it's 4:50 a.m. now, but I think it was, when did I hear from you, Ruth? 4:42? No, that was Shanna. Oh, no. 4:18. Shanna was on the ball, and then Ruth. Oh, Ruth, 3:53. Ruth gets the goal, but I didn't wake up. I woke up the second time you dinged, I think. Hello, Morgan. It is a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever we are. They got somebody in custody. Oh, did you leave? I saw you deserted Mr. Hughes. Well, you know, I don't have weird sound effects and things going off every time gives me a super chat. That's the benefit of hanging out in a non-monetized channel. Not that I'd have all that stuff if I was monetized, but we can have a good chat here. I'm going to open up the panel too, but we'll have a look at this creepy guy. And no, this isn't a guy that now looks creepy because we know he's been arrested. This guy looks creepy, arrested or not. Don't care what anyone says. There's something about his eyes. But let's have a look into it. Hey, Joe, very early bird. Very early bird. Yeah, what is humility? You won't find that on the YouTube streets. It happened within the hour, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to have a look at him shortly. Yeah, there won't be apologies. They will laugh. Yeah, guess we're wrong. Guess we were wrong. Yeah, exactly, Joman. It's fast. I mean, and this is why I'm going back to that comment really early on by the Moscow PD chief, James Fry, that he said the word sloppy. I reckon they've known from the start, or very close to the start. So let's have a look at the article, because the article is going to tell more than I can. You learnt your lesson after yeah, so you went down the hiding. See, I didn't with Shane Carey. I didn't see it at all. But I also didn't see Jack D on stage with Kaylee's father and her father being horrified and trying to get away from him. I just saw they finished. They all needed to walk off the stage. They were giving each other a look of this is the worst thing ever, and off they went. I didn't see anything suspicious with Hoodie Guy. I don't know if it's because I've spent my whole life, not my whole life, but a huge chunk of my life working in criminal law, defending criminals, that, you know, I know the importance of building cases. I don't know why I'm so cautious, but what's happened on YouTube, especially in the last 12 months or so, has just been, well, really since Chris Watts, let's be honest. I mean, we can go back and Nicole Kessinger the hell out of this conversation too. So I'm going to put up an article. Don't critique me for what source I'm using. It is Fox News. It's the first one that I found the first tweet that I grabbed. All the news articles that I have quickly, I mean, I literally had 5 minutes to put on clothing, brush my teeth, make a coffee and go live. So we're going to be looking at a little bit of tweetage shortly. In fact, one of the problems with you guys is, although I have an ad blocker, some of your channels and this link that I've opened from Twitter, it may have more information, but even with an ad blocker, I can't get rid of all your ads. How? I have apparently one of the best ad blockers you can get, but American websites break on through. All right, so let's put him up. I'll bounce between chat as well. Hey, Cement Shoes. Good to see you. Isn't it great news? Great news. We're having a 4:55 a.m. party in Australia. Well, around the world, but it's 4:55 for me. The one benefit of doing breakfast radio is I do know how to wake up, click and go. I do. But I also sound like a man, thanks to those people who keep commenting on my channel about that. My voice is very deep at this hour. I'm Brian Enton. Buckle up, kiddos. Okay. I'm excited. I'm happy. This is great news. This is the best news. This is where true crime people are like, yes, win one for the home team, you know? I mean, of course, he's a suspect. We still got to get, convictions and stuff like that. Brett Clark, no, you sound like a beautiful Brett. It's lovely to have you here, Brett, and thank you. You're being way too kind, but thank you. I appreciate. All right. Anyone to buy some floral clothing? Because there's the link if you do, up the top of this article. I'm going to go straight to the guy. Here he is. And then we're going to go through the article and numerous others. I'm going to keep refreshing the tweeters for any updates. And there is a press conference in a couple of hours. I don't know if we'll still be live. If we are, let's just go on through. But if not, I will come back with it for sure. God, people are already Twitter, come on. Like literally an hour ago, this dude's been arrested and there's already people on Twitter going, but what bits of information did they miss? Why did it take so long? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Your birthday is worth a mega shit, Jamie. And by the way, happy early birthday. It is New Year's Eve here. It is the 31st. But wasn't it meant to be, isn't it Kaylee and Maddie's celebration of life as well? Hang on a sec. God, my computer's just like frozen. This guy's just like, ugh. There's something about him, right? Hang on a sec. Seven hours ago, December the 30th. So, wow. Sorry, I was muted. I did have an early morning cough. The sun is not quite up yet, but the birds are singing. I'm not quite singing yet. Yeah, isn't that incredible as well that he's arrested on that date? I don't know. I'm going to play a little game called humility spotting. Happy birthday to you. Did I miss it? I must have. Well, I mean, it's your birthday in the US of A. So, all right, let's have a look at this creep. Now, look, I know when you see photos of people after they've been arrested, and you're like, oh my God, that person's creepy. But he looks creepy even in the non-arrested photos. Like, he's. Hang on a sec, guys. I have to get a tissue. This is the real live. Give me a moment. This is the reality of 4 a.m. live. Well, it's actually just gone 5. Go me. Okay. So, what can we find out about Bryan? Bryan Christopher Kohberger, 28. Um, okay. So they have arrested a suspect. Um, he was taken into custody by local police in Pennsylvania, in Scranton at 3 a.m. He's been held for extradition in Monroe County Court for first-degree murder issued by the Moscow Police Department. And the later. Oh, hang on. Someone told me to pronounce latter. Uh-oh. I can picture L-A and then T-A-H, like with a hyphen. Latter. County Prosecutor's Office in connection to the slayings of Ethan Chapin, 20, Santa Conodal, 20, Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, and Madison Mogan, 21. He looks like a guy who hangs out in the morgue for fun. Blissful with taxes, you have a way with words. So he's a graduate student at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, according to the college's website, which is a 15-minute drive from the rental home where the 4 students were stabbed to death. Hey, guys, who played in the football game on November the 13th during the day, the Vandals? Who did they play? Does anybody know? Joman, I'm literally waking up and haven't even read this article yet. So I don't know. Maybe someone in chat can help with some of your questions, but I cannot get deep this early. We're just doing the news at the moment. They have to extradite him back to the state where he committed the crime. The crimes. That's one thing that has bugged me during coverage of this case is people referring to it as murder, not murders, and also crime. It's crimes. They played UC Davis. Okay. And all right. I just wondered if, I mean, I heard a woman who lives in a college town, not Moscow, but another college town similar size, weirdly in Pennsylvania, who was just sort of talking about the reality of living in a small college town and what it's like when you have football games and all of that sort of stuff and people coming in from nearby towns and stuff. And then there was someone in Moscow who sort of gave a very similar sort of interview saying that they were particularly responding to like the scream element of it. And they were like, there's people everywhere. And even that body cam footage of kids that were, underage drinking in the park, like the town goes a tad cray-cray. But then also the next day, this woman in Pennsylvania and also someone in Moscow said the next day it's deathly quiet because they're all college kids and they go hard and they have these huge parties and then they all sleep in till midday. Isn't it funny some of the things that come back to you that came out that you're going, okay. And why did I remember that? Like just some random caller on somebody's show talking about life in a college town, and weirdly in Pennsylvania where he's been arrested. Yeah, Washington State is actually only 6 miles because there's that little bit of road and then you basically go over a bridge and you're in Washington State. I love Washington State. Spent a fair bit of time in Seattle. Love it. But I do just wonder like, especially the fact that he was studying criminology too, like a PhD as well. So he's super bright. You bet he ran home to his mummy. Hey, you don't know me? Yeah, well done. Good job, Ellie. Absolutely. I agree. I mean, I'm actually impressed, but I keep going back to sloppy. When I first heard the cops say that the perpetrator or perpetrators were sloppy, I thought it meant the house was just, an absolute, I mean, I hate saying it, but an absolute bloodbath and horrible, messy scene, which it may well have been. But then I sort of went, maybe it means that he left something behind and they just need to track him down. I also have said throughout this that I believe he was long gone. So, stop focusing on all these kids. I mean, when someone's murdered, let alone 4 people, the first thing you do is go through all of the people really close to them. And I'm so happy that they've got someone, but I'm so sad for all of these kids that have just been reamed over and over and over again by people on social media pointing the finger and saying it has to be them, and just some of them taking it real life and threatening the families and so on. And yeah, there won't be apologies or humility, but for people that truly love true crime, this is the sort of day we live for when someone is arrested. Still got a long way to go, but I suspect they've got a pretty tight case. I think they just had to track him down. And they have. Yeah, I wondered that too, Joman. I love criminology as well. It's fascinating. Did you know? No, he's actually going to be, unless he's done something before Blissful, he is actually a mass murderer. Because it was all, it's horrible, isn't it? All 4 victims, same date, same location. So it's mass murderer, whereas a serial killer is multiple victims, different dates, different locations. Why do I know that? Because I'm weird. No, I did criminology too. Do you know the most interesting thing I got out of criminology was that if you put people on like what they called a personality scale, so that different personality types in human beings that lead to choices of occupations and so on is really interesting. And it's fairly consistent, like, I mean, some of them are really obvious, like creative kids going into the arts, people that love English going into law, people that love science going into, becoming a doctor. Did you know, though, the 2 personalities that are closest on this personality scale are cops and criminals? Like in terms of a match. Very similar childhoods. School can be popular, but can also be a bit of a loner. It went through all of these characteristics, and yeah, cops and crims are really close personality-wise. So interesting. Yeah, mass killer. Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it, Blissful? And yeah, I really don't know. Well, I do know how I know that. I am very serious about my passion for true crime. OG true crime, not let's blame Hoodie Guy over and over and over again. Even when there's footage showing he was hanging out with the girls and they're having a great time, let's keep blaming him. Let's blame the other Jack who's absolutely devastated and coming to terms with what has happened, that his family spoke out and said, can you guys stop? And people still kept going. It's just horrific. But today is a bloody good day. Very sick-minded. And yeah, the criminology thing is interesting, like whether he just studied it and sort of went, maybe one day I'm going to do that. It's so creepy. So anyway, this photo has been provided by Monroe County in Pennsylvania, correctional facility, shows Bryan Kohberger. Arrest paperwork filed by the Pennsylvania State Police in Monroe County Court on Friday, December the 30th, said Kohberger, 28, was being held for extradition in a criminal homicide investigation in the killings of 4 University of Idaho students, based on an active arrest warrant for first-degree murder that had been issued. But, like, okay, here's another photo of him, right? And I still reckon, even though this is like a neat and clean, preppy sort of, probably for his college ID photos, something like that, there's something missing in his eyes. Even the smile looks a bit like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm seeing this through. I think he looks creepier too. Thank you, cement shoes, because I was starting to think, maybe it's just that whole. But yeah, I reckon conversations with this guy would be incredibly intense. Don't think he'd have a lot of humor about him. Like, these are I don't know, the vibe I get from him is that is someone that I would be polite to if I was at a party and saw him at it, but had probably got stuck in a conversation with him in the past and was like, I'm here for a good time. This is actually time out. I don't want to have adversarial discussions at a party. That's what I do during the day. I just want to chill out with my homies. I don't know. I'm just picking up this really intense, serious vibe from him. Hey, stop animal cruelty. He's got eyes like the sun. Yeah, weren't his eyes? And I mean, they're blue. A very sort of dark kind of blue. He looks wrong. Vacuous and malignant. Good words. Yeah, something's definitely missing in his head now, for sure. For anyone to do something like that, so brutal and violent. I hope all the channels too that continue to accuse the 2 girls who survived this, who must be living an absolute hell with survivor's guilt. You people are just, oh my God. On the one hand, I want to celebrate they've got this guy. Still needs to be convicted, but I'm thinking now that someone's been arrested, and I reckon they've had a pretty, from what I can gather, I reckon they've had a pretty good case virtually from the start. They just had to find this guy. But now I'm feeling sick for the other girls that survived. One of the first lives we did, in fact, the first live, we talked about the survivor's guilt of those 2 girls downstairs. I haven't heard another channel talk about that. I've just heard channels, not all channels, but so many. I don't know. There's something about that Dylan girl. The other girls were all cutesy and sweet. She looks a bit edgy. She must have done it. The half smile. Yeah, he just looks like he's missing something. Like empathy. Perfect. Doesn't strike you as a murderer. But this is the thing. I mean, whoever really does. There's not a lot of murderers that you go, Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer, no, not a person thought they would be murderers. It's it's an internal wiring issue that these people have. Look at Chris Watts. I thought he looked like he had a head shaped a bit like a squash football, but he was that, bright white teeth, squeaky clean, all-American boy. Not my cup of tea, but if that was your Uber driver, you'd take your chances hitchhiking. Predatory eyes. They just look a bit dead to me, to be honest, but predatory. Ugh. And that's the scary thing. Like, I just hope, I don't know why it makes me feel better in a way, but I just hope that none of them really saw it coming and it was very quick and they didn't get, his eyes weren't the last thing they saw before they died. A sly smirk. Well, I don't even, that hasn't been verified. Hang on, I'm taking that off the screen. I'm not giving any rumors any time at all. I mean, I've been accused of being trans while I've been covering this case. So, everyone's trans apparently on this case. If you're following it, if you're reporting it responsibly, if you're the unfortunate bad luck that you lived in the house with them and you survived it, because those two girls have been absolutely blasted. But yeah, apparently I'm trans too. So anyone in Moscow, Idaho who's been accused of being trans, I'll hang out with you. We've got a new gang. We're the trans gang. Yeah, look, he wouldn't look out of place on a university campus. He looks like an academic, nerdy kind of type. There's just something about his eyes, though. I think the eyes are always the key for me, the dead eyes. I reckon it was probably random. I reckon he might have been out and about and spotted them and followed them. And, there was an opportunity, the door was open. A lot of creators have constantly said they needed to know the layout of the house. No, they didn't. If you're creepy and you're ready to kill someone, you're going to find your victims. And my theory, based on the upstairs, the third floor, like where Kaylee and Maddie were, Maddie's bedroom was really small. And if I had a room like that, I'd probably sleep with the door open. Or, at least ajar. I'd never close my bedroom door in this house, ever. And I've got a reasonable sized bedroom. It's not gigantic, but it's bigger than hers was. Well, no, look, I didn't necessarily find him attractive either, but in the gay scene, he clearly was, because, he himself said it too. He chose his victims because of how beautiful they were. So there was something about him, right? There has to be. Dead eyes, yes. Hey, Jack Green. Damn it, now I want to go into Hobart and have a burger and beer. I'm Smexy. I'm a Smexy 4 a.m.er. 5:19 a.m. I kind of agree there's some emptiness behind his eyes, like blank or cold clam mind. It could be. Yeah, I was about to say that too. He's just been arrested, but the eyes are consistent in both of the photos. Did they put him in that vest, or was he wearing it? Like, that's quite a look. He wouldn't look out of place on a campus. He just looks like a typical uni student, academic type. He's doing a PhD. He's not stupid. Putin eyes like dead fish. There's a map of their rooms with their initials found outside and photo. Yeah, I don't know. That map hadn't been verified either. Yeah, I like to be able to hear, and I sleep like a log, so I'm out. I grew up in a house where we didn't lock our doors. Or we used to leave the keys in the ignition of our car too. Yeah, I think it was random. I think I don't know what sparked that sort of rage though, and wanting to do it. Look, when you look at some of the shootings that happen in America, like the Walmart one in Texas, and then they look into the perp, and the perp is someone who feels that their life is pointless. Even if they get college educations, the chances of getting decent jobs. Remember that guy that did the Walmart shootings, and he wrote like a manifesto, and it was all about how futile his life was and pointless. So he figured he had nothing to lose. But this guy is different. This guy's doing a PhD in criminology. I mean, he potentially could have had a great career. So whether his thirst for crime and that's why he was studying it, it's just weird. Like, what made him snap? And to be so violent and angry. Or was he just wanting to live out, a slasher horror movie kind of scene? That was his thing. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. The vest looks like a pickle suit. What's a pickle suit? I mean, it makes him look like a pickle. For sure. All right, let's get some more info. So we have got a press conference scheduled. I'll definitely be getting that link up now, even though it's a couple of hours away, still an hour and a half. Bear with me. The story is evolving as we go. I'm just going to have a look too to see. Well done to them, though. Those poor kids. Absolutely senseless loss of life. And with all true crime stuff, we're left asking why. I kind of feel the fantasy, fetishy, living out, some demented fantasy. I can't even get onto the Moscow PD website at the moment. It's clogged. Let me just see if I got sent an email. Yeah, I did. Okay, so the announcement came to me at 2:47 a.m. and it's 5:24 now. But I'll get the conference link on YouTube at the very least loaded up. And I'll pop it next to StreamYard. So live in 2 hours. It'll be at 8 a.m. It's 2.5 hours, actually. There's 4,419 people waiting. Wow. I'm already giving them a thumbs up. There's 4,419 waiting, and there's 803 now thumbs ups. They honestly deserve thanks. The pickle suit's what they call high-risk prisoners, what the suits they put high-risk prisoners in. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's clearly something's going on upstairs. Something is. Oh, Kim, my God, wow. That's really sad. But I also understand why that's your belief in fate. That's so sad. You're an amazing person. I think someone's been looking over you your whole life. Okay, so the white Hyundai Elantra that everyone's been looking out for, the one bit of info the cops put out because they really did need the public to help with that. It was towed from his home. What a doofus. Yeah, he's from the home where he was arrested. Ditch the car, mate. Ditch it. Like, yeah, not that bright. Doing a PhD, but didn't ditch the car. We love you, Kim. Thank you for sharing that story. It's very personal, but very sad. But thank you, gorgeous. It's also called the Bam Bam suit. Yeah, it's a bit Bam Bam. But ditch the car, mate. I mean, they announced the Elantra stuff a while ago. He had time to get rid of it. Was he not actually following? I mean, usually killers on the run and everything keep an eye on what's happening news-wise. They get a bit excited. Still haven't got me. Why didn't he get rid of the car? Well, if it was his car, I mean, I guess not much point. But you'd still think, I mean, get rid of the car. I think, people outside America were on Google Earth looking for that flipping car. The mysterious killings initially baffled investigators, but did they? Did it? And left the college town of 25,000 deeply shaken until Bullhorn Betty arrived, and then they were even more shaken. The 4 students were each stabbed multiple times in the torso. And were likely ambushed in their sleep with a large fixed-bladed knife between 3 and 4 a.m., according to the coroner and police. 2 surviving female roommates who lived in the basement level appeared to have slept through the gruesome attack. Shortly before noon, the roommates summoned friends to the house because they believed one of the victims on the second floor had passed out. Police responded to a 911 call reporting an unconscious person at 11:58 a.m. that originated from one of the surviving roommates' phones, and they found the 4 butchered victims on the second and third floors. And then they go through the timeline and so on. And then I get blasted with ads. All right, so yeah, probably does think he's invincible. Get back over to the tweeters. Okay, let's have a look. So the press conference is at 1 p.m. Moscow time. But I have got the link up. We will, if we're not still live in 2 hours, we'll come back. It'll be 8 a.m. my time. But I'm going to also drop the link for the YouTube channel, just in case anyone wants to watch it. I don't interrupt press conferences and stuff like that. So if you want to, hey, look, here comes the, oh, it's a bit misty. And also gratuitous sunny shot. What time did we have breakfast? Mum, I had breakfast at 4:20. Is that when you normally have breakfast, Sunny? No. My phone started dinging and I saw Shanna and Ruth's messages. I sat bolt upright. I'm like, hey, let's go live. And Sunny got a very early breakfast. She's all like, what's going on? What's going on? All right. So, yeah, did I drop the link? I was planning on doing that. Yeah, so I've dropped the link. That's the YouTube channel if you want to watch it. But for anyone who wants to watch it here, just so you know, we watch. I don't interrupt it. I like to just stream it in real time and we can discuss it afterwards. But now I'm going to see if I can find something else on the tweeters. Do you guys remember, though, when I did the live I first postulated my theory in my car, and then I did a live, and Jen Liu was on the panel with me because I wondered if this was sort of like some kind of psycho that was obsessed with serial killers. The guy's studying criminology, so he's definitely studied serial killers. And, especially like Ted Bundy. Pardon me, I'm so sorry. It's now 5:30 a.m. I'm starting to wake up. I will need another coffee shortly. But yeah, the theory about, that kind of serial killer obsession or horror movie thing. But we talked about Ted Bundy. I was driving into work one morning. In fact, I was on a causeway. And I kept going, it's just reminding me of Ted Bundy with the dorm girls. And then I was like, and that other murderer, Danny. And then I was like, I was getting Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling, Danny Rowling. I didn't think my hinky meter was a spinning, but now I'm going tours. Your hinky meter was not really, possibly. Is this guy even going to talk, though? You all got to see Sunny. Sunny? Everyone's saying hello. She's like, yeah, I'm full of breakfast and chilling out. What the hell are we up this early for? Human? Okay. You remember me? Yeah. He won't talk. Well, I don't know. I mean, if this guy's got this kind of obsession and, wants to be the sort of 2020 version of famous criminals, maybe he will. I mean, Ted Bundy spoke. Loved it. Loved giving an interview. So did Jeffrey Dahmer. Not that I'm comparing him to Jeffrey Dahmer, but she's extra floofy. We're all extra floofy in the morning. Hey, where's she gone? Just like buggy you. She gone. When she wants a break from me, she goes out into her enclosure out there. She's like, you can't get me here. Yeah, I know, singing. I mean, woo. So, I mean, he might talk, this might be his thing. He might be like, that's why he did it. I mean, let me see if I can find another article. From a different source. I'm just going to refresh the tweeters. So has anyone bounced around YouTube just to see all the creators who've been essentially assassinating all the Jacks and Adams and Jakes and Jeremys online? Their apologies being offered, or their congratulations being offered to the Moscow PD? There's a lot of gossip on Twitter. I'm just trying to get through that. So the warrant was for first-degree murder. Even Australian news sources. Actually, let me see if the ABC's put something up yet. Wow. Pardon me. I didn't know that. Back in 2007 in Moscow, 3 people were killed and 2 wounded in a late-night attack by a gunman. Yeah, so the ABC hasn't, but I can see other on other Australian news sources on Twitter. Sunny is in stealth mode. Pardon me. Hey, Penelope R. I do hope the professor who's suing the stupid tarot card reader person won't withdraw her case. I agree. We need a precedent for sure. Because, I mean, this is an area, I don't know if you've watched this before on here, Penelope, but this is the angle, I guess, or the approach that we look at crime. is what sort of potential damage this reckless, irresponsible behavior on social media is causing with criminal and civil investigations, and I definitely hope it continues. In fact, even more so now. I mean, that tarot reader's now doubling down, but I had a really good chat. Someone left a great comment about it under one of my videos, because proving defamation can be quite tricky. But the fact that she didn't put those opinions out there as opinions, but stated them as fact, and financial loss needs to be established as well. But if you type her name, the professor's name, into Google now, the first things that come up have always got her name and murder next to it. You know, and it's hard to quantify loss of future earnings or damage to a career, but she's already had to spend money she didn't need to spend previously, which was to put in a really hardcore security system at a house. And if I was her lawyer, that's where I'd start. There's financial loss right there. Punitive damages are harder because there's a lot of this sort of, damage to reputation and how do you quantify it and so on. But, yeah, I hope they go hard, and I hope that the tarot reader does get a serious penalty, because if she's found guilty, because a precedent does need to be set for sure. In terms of penalty for her, she's looking at up to 6 months in prison and up to $3,000 as a fine. But then if you get damages quantified on top of that as well. But, if she hasn't got the money to pay it, well, it's one of those, it's never going to pay the fine. But something's got to happen. It's getting way out of hand. Way out of hand. Don't think he's killed before. Maybe it was a sick, twisted, get in the mind of a murder. Yeah, I don't think he's killed before either. But then, who knows? I mean, maybe he has done something before. Maybe there is a DNA connection. Sunny's stealth mode. She's now over there where she knows I won't go over there while I'm live. Look, I guess we're going to learn more about Bryan, unless Bryan doesn't say anything. Hey, Emily. Yes. Oh, happy day. I know we've got to get back to the celebration. I'm going to need another coffee, guys. So what I'm going to do is, and then we're going to keep looking into this dude. And I don't mind going live till the press conference either. I think we might as well. Well, hang on. We've got 2.5 hours. Can we do it? Maybe. Punitives are not hard to establish. Well, there you go. They're pretty hard to establish here. I mean, not that they can't be, but they'll get actuaries and all sorts of people in to try and work out the loss of damage to her reputation and so on. But having something like the security system as a given expense, that's a really good place to start, because that ticks the, has it caused any financial loss? Well, yeah, it has. Yeah, we're going to follow that one, the tarot defamation trial, for sure, Groovers. Hey, Dan Plemick. Looks like Kiest. Who's Kiest? You can clean the cellar and listen. Yeah, not in the US. I know we'll have to do, I mean, if we cover it, I'll be doing a lot of research on defamation judgments in America before we go live with it, because that's what I do. I go down rabbit warrens. I'm like, all right, we've got some really good cases here. I pretty much prepare my case. You guys, I try to keep things a bit sort of cash when I go live, because it's not my job. I do actually have a job that is very adversarial, and it's all about cases, building cases and so on. But I try not to go too far into rabbit warrens with you guys, because you seriously would look at me and go, oh my God, she's salivating about research. Like, she's loving this shit. It's quite weird. Oh, Israel Keys. Let's get a picture of Israel up. I actually read up on his case while this was all happening. it's got a similar sort of, you know, you look at them and you go, I'm getting more of a weird vibe from Bryan than I do from Israel. Israel looks very just sort of run of the mill until you look at the arrest photos and everything else. But my computer's just like freaking the hell out. Yeah, it's the sort of the pointy nose, beady eyes. But these are people that walk amongst us. There's very few murderers that when they get arrested, you're like, ugh. Like, I mean, Fred West, okay. Fred West, hideous English murder. Fred and Rosemary, ugh, horrible people. I personally, when I saw the photo of him, I got a definite vibe from him. But you could also picture him at the pub in the town where he lived and no one would have batted an eye in his direction. Yeah, we all kind of did, didn't we? There wasn't, yeah, super creepy when you know what he did. But if you picture him in a little county pub drinking his pint of beer in the corner, you know, it's a hideous case. The Fred and Rosemary arrests are revolting. You had Richard Speck vibes. And this is the thing, I think all of this focus and chatter about the kids and, you know, focusing in on Jack D and Jack S. My God, those kids need so many apologies from these asshole YouTubers and other social media users. Sadly, we all know not going to happen. But how many times did we say this is disgusting, reprehensible, irresponsible, vile, like all the words we were all using? Those poor kids. Oh, we've got to celebrate. Someone's been locked up. This is a big, good day. But, yeah, me too, Joman. The sad thing is, oh, my God, you had a friend. Oh, no. Your poor friend. Hey, that's another thing. I mean, we'd all love to know why. The why is always the thing, isn't it? It's rare. But if he was emulating previous serial killers like Ted Bundy, then and Ted loved an interview and was very frank and open about the whole thing. I mean, the way he talked about it was like he was talking about how he loved playing cricket. It was weird how calm he was. And if this guy has gone down that road and he's been studying criminals and he's got this sort of fantasy that he wants to do and he's a bit of a loner, maybe he will speak up. But the why is always the thing that frustrates people because very few people give the why. But speaking of your friend Ruth and others, the other incessant chatter about the cops, you know, they're inept and they're not doing their job and all of the rest of it. So many of the cops that attended to that scene were really young. And there's been articles flying all over the place about how they've been offering counselling services. We talked recently about the Hillcrest Primary School tragedy in Tassie where 6 kids lost their lives when a jumping castle got lifted by a freak gust of wind and they all fell to their deaths from 10 metres in the air. And the cops who attended that were young too. Some of them, it was the first call out they'd had. And in the little video I did for Hillcrest, there's 12 cops who attended at Hillcrest Primary just over a year ago now that are still on stress, workers' compensation stress claims from it. And a lot of them, not just the cops, but also people who were there that day, because it was a school fair, they're all still being counselled as well, with a lot of the kids already being diagnosed at, 8, 9, 10 years of age with severe PTSD. The cops in Moscow there's been quite a few articles about how they've been offering counselling services for the cops who attended that. And that's another thing that really broke me when I saw all of these YouTubers just sitting there going, oh, the cops are bullshit, they're slack and everything else. These guys literally walked into possibly undoubtedly the most horrific thing they've ever seen in their lives. And they have to somehow process everything they're looking at and process it and process it and process it, so bang, they can get on with doing their jobs. Like if I went for a walk on the beach right now and stumbled across a dead body washed up on the beach, it's quite likely I would need to take time off work to just come to terms with that. It haunts you. I have actually, unfortunately, stumbled across 2 dead bodies in my life. Nothing to do with me. I mean, the stumbling was me, but most people, if they stumble across a dead person, the trauma that it causes them, but they also then get to take some time off work and get some counselling, whatever they need to help them get everything back on track. These guys and girls had to literally absorb everything they were looking at and then go into work mode and put all of the emotions to the back. They're unbelievable what they do. It's all fine and good for some unemployed git on YouTube to just sit there criticizing them incessantly 24/7. Did anyone spare a thought for the fact they had to witness this horrific scene and put all of the emotion, the horror, the terror of it to one side and just start working? Did anyone? Any of you people criticizing them day in and day out, did you put yourself in their shoes and think what it must be like? Any first responder, those people all deserve medals and hugs, honestly, because they rock up to graphic car accidents and they've got to get into trying to save a life despite the carnage they're looking at. And it's no different from the cops rocking up to murder scenes. The fact they can even get out of bed and focus on finding this killer and be so dedicated to doing that, and even put Christmas to one side to try and find this killer. And everyone's just, not everyone, I should stop generalizing. So many people on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook communities slamming them incessantly. You're all pieces of shit. There, I said it. But yes, we do have, if I go for a walk on the beach right now, rub it in, Tori. Okay, let me get back up a bit. We'll never know it. And look, because of what's happening on social media, the public are going to be told less and less and less. And I personally think the very conservative approach that the Moscow PD took, even with their press releases, as frustrating as it was for people because they all wanted some amazing nugget in there for them to then, attack like sharks. It was genius watching it. And that's where that the lives that I did about, are they actually just leaving little red herrings for the social media vampires and sharks to just charge onto it and devour it over and over and over again till some other little snippet comes out? Because if that was deliberate, genius. If not, do it. All police departments the world over start doing it, because you have to. You have to. Let them scrutinize, but also give snippets that doesn't incriminate innocent kids either. I mean, some of the stuff that led to all the Jack things and everything, that wasn't actually released by the cops, but I think that's the way forward. I think that's what cops are going to have to do, because these social media reckless idiots are out of control. Out of control. Yeah, I think there's some weird criminology, fantasy, probably respecting and emulating serial killers like Ted Bundy, becoming obsessed with it, probably also into, slasher movies and horror movies. I think he probably was unbelievably passionate about all of that stuff. And unfortunately, the way he was wired, that passion became this dangerous obsession and ended up becoming a deadly reality. Wow, Tori, I like that sentence. Look at me wording at 5:51 a.m. Yeah, your sister covered it. I had family that died. That's where my mum's side of the family, the Scottish side of my family, were all from Lockerbie. I was not aware of them and didn't know them. I was way too little, but yeah, where's this sort of? Where's the empathy, YouTube? Where is it? I like to think we get it here, and yeah, we'll keep rubbing in the beach. You went for a walk in the snow, but yeah, kudos to all of them. Yeah, I'm still angry about that, and I got told by quite a few people told me angry things on my lives about the unmuting of the microphones. Isn't it weird too? That's the other thing. People are so defensive on social media of people that are doing shit things. Like their social media, the channels they follow, the people they follow are gods that can't be criticized at all. It's so weird. It's okay in your real life to occasionally say to your sister, you're being a bit of a dick right now, but on YouTube, God forbid anyone criticize Duty Ron. Duty Run. I learned the hard way. I'm not going to shut up, though. I'm going to keep talking about this stuff. It's not going to change anything. People can, like someone said yesterday and then delete their comment. It's my right. It's my right. Yeah, I know it's your right, but not to no, there are exceptions to freedom of speech. And it's weird that I know more about your constitutional right to freedom of speech than you do, ma'am. But anyway, as soon as I responded, she deleted her comment. People can say whatever they want. Yeah, falsely accusing innocent kids. No, they can't do that. Now, I need a mega pint. Yeah, James Holmes, exactly. And this is again the horror movie serial killer. My hinky meter wasn't strong, but maybe it wasn't strong because I was just like, I reckon it's this person. He's left the scene. I feel like I need to go back through all of my lives and get all the snippets of my vibe. But you guys were all vibing very similarly too. I don't think we had anyone really who was pushing the more than one perpetrator or I never felt that he was like known to the victims, connected. I think he just wanted to act out what he's been researching and so passionate about and obsessed with. Unfortunately, his obsession and passion was about murder and murderers, and to do that, he had to kill people. Yeah, you've got to be lacking empathy, but also like a moral compass, ethics. What are they? There's a bit more going on. There's plenty of people that lack empathy that would never do something as graphic. I'm not lecturing you, Joe. I know you would agree, but there's more to it, I think, than just lacking empathy. This guy is fucked up. If this is the criminology graduate, he's provided a questionnaire. What do you mean, Penelope? Just refreshing the tweeters. There's no point rehashing the same sort of articles from different news sources. now we've got people fighting on 28-year-old dude has been arrested, and we've got already people fighting on Twitter about freedom of speech. Why? Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind. Twitter. Eric Spracklin. I'm glad they finally found the Idaho College murders suspect, but definitely concerned it took them so long in 2022. We're being tracked at all times. What took months? It was November the 13th. It took 6 weeks. And the guy had fucked off to Pennsylvania. Six weeks is incredibly quick. They've got the guy, presumably. I mean, he's a suspect, innocent until proven guilty. 6 weeks is incredibly quick. Oh my God. That house, the amount of bloody swabbing and DNA testing and everything else I had to do, just because of the number of kids that went in and out of that place on a weekly basis. Eric Spracklin, fuck you. How about you say well done? Oh, it took them so long. Oh, another bloody armchair expert. I think 6 weeks is remarkable. I was hoping it was going to happen before the end of the year. Oh, okay. Put words in your mouth. I'm spoon feeding you, Joman. Look, it's nearly 6 a.m. in Australia. It's finally, the sun is up. Well, no, it's light. There's no sun. I do need a coffee. So that would be fascinating, wouldn't it? All right, I'm going to, because it's on topic. I mean, it's actually about, weirdly, not weirdly, but it's about the Idaho 4. But I do need a... Now I've got someone who's commented under one of my videos. The local PD are inept and the FBI are corrupt. Okay, well, they got someone, so, you know, thanks for commenting. They might be. I never, ever, ever dismiss the possibility in any case that I follow ever that police corruption could be an issue. Ever. It's always there. It's always there. But it doesn't change. It doesn't change things like someone being arrested 6 weeks after a crime for murdering 4 college kids. Corrupt or not, they got him. And I wish channels, if there's so many people that comment about police corruption, especially in the US, but I mean, there's police corruption the world over. So many people comment, but then when I go to their channels, they don't have any content. They don't cover it. They're very quick to jump all over other people on YouTube and that's corrupt police. That's corrupt police. Blah. Look at Kylie Rodney. Oh, the truckie police. They're corrupt. They're corrupt. Cover it. Research it. Expose them. Go for it. Don't constantly go to YouTubers that are doing content and critique them to everything that comes out of their mouth and things that they didn't comment on. And you should be covering this case. And why aren't you looking into the corruption? Because I'm one person and I have a really intense job as a lawyer. And this is my downtime where I get to chill out with people I really like. And I can't cover every fucking case. And police corruption, don't get me wrong, I think it's fascinating. But it's not an area that I want to spend my spare time researching. I've got friends and family and a floof and a house that I love and a beach right there that I love being on, as well as a job. This is my downtime. Don't come to my channel and tell me what I should do. Should is the most disempowering word there is in the English language. You should cover this shit on your channel if you're so passionate about it. There's only so much I can do in a day. Give me a break, man. Anyway, we all need coffees. We all need coffees. So We've got congratulations, well done. Someone's hello. And I've got Sonny's like, Mummy's getting loud and angry. That's as angry as I get. I'm okay. Thank you for checking on me. Can you get up? There she. Gratuitous fluffy tail shot. All right, so I'm gonna it's only 4 minutes, but it will give us all time to just regroup, go to the loo, get a coffee, get a mega pint, whatever the hell you need. Yes, it is self-promotion, but hey, I put a lot of time into this stuff, so I might as well, give myself a view, I guess. This is the video that's now got people fired up that I'm not talking about how corrupt the cops are. I think everyone needs to understand my love, my passion, the thing I follow, it's true crime with a particular focus on how social media is impacting civil and criminal trials. When you understand that's my focus, and in the few minutes a day or every couple of days that I actually get to be live on YouTube doing stuff, that's my focus. I'm not putting myself out as an expert on every friggin' thing, every case, every police department. Like, seriously. And also, I've got 500 subs that I adore, but bigger channels have teams of people that research for them and produce videos for them and make cute little intros and outros and all that sort of stuff. Go and have a crack at them. They've got a team. They're actually capable of researching stuff that you're interested in. But cut me some slack. All right. Hey? What do you mean, Jamin? I can understand you find a professional interest in what your colleagues do. But they're also to do their job, no way, huh? My colleagues aren't cops. Quite the opposite. Especially when I was doing criminal law, defending criminals, the cops are not your friends, and beating them on appeals and things like that was always very gratifying. But that's what I was getting paid to do. Anyway, I'm going to go to the loo, make a coffee. It's now 6:04 a.m. in Australia. Here first with the news in Australia, apparently. So this is my little video about social media and what's been happening with, once again, social media, people potentially interfering with the course of justice, but certainly hurting the lives of many. Grab a mega pint, guys. Go to the loo. I'll see you back here in 4 minutes.
In some cases, we're hearing that people are borderline being harassed by speculation and rumors out there. What are police doing about that?
Well, what we want people to know is that individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful because some of it's happening online, some of it's happening through phone calls and in person, and people could be charged possibly in the future if it continues to a point where it reaches a criminal element.
What can people do to help that situation?
I think number one, just call us anytime that there's any of that happening so that we can deal with that immediately.
blogger and self-proclaimed internet sleuth, sued for defamation after she repeatedly claims a University of Idaho history professor is responsible for the murders of 4 students.
Yeah, so do you think there'll be apologies? I haven't seen any on Twitter. I'm just on the tweeters at the moment, seeing if I can find. Okay. What's this? Oops. Stop. The way videos just start playing. All right, I'm just regrouping at the moment. But no, Jamin, the comment you made earlier. No, Ellie are quite the opposite. It's cases in Australia, the Crown, which is the prosecutor, the cops, versus the defendant and the criminal defendant lawyer, me. No, it's a versus, not colleagues at all. Quite the opposite. It's literally versus, the little V in our cases. So the Crown is represented as R, versus, and then the defendant's name. Opposite sides. Thank you, Emily. I think so. I reckon so, him animal. And now I'm looking back, thinking about the live that I did driving to work over the causeway, saying I didn't have a very strong hinky meter, but that's where I was feeling. And also from the start said, this dude's long gone. So all this focus on all the college kids and everything is pointless. Up by social media users, not the cops. Obviously, they had to look close first and then expand. But, you know, over 300 interviews with all of these kids in Moscow and other people connected without an arrest is kind of made sense that person had got the fuck out of Dodge, you know. I live in a place called Dodger's Ferry. So whenever I hear people say, get out of Dodge, I'm like, hey, don't. It's beautiful down here. Yeah, I think a lot of people really found personal connections to all of this. Pardon me. But the other thing is, I'm kind of looking at chat and then going back over to Twitter to see if I can find anything interesting. There is speculation, unverified at the moment, that the father of the suspect who's been arrested owns that Elantra. Interesting. Hey, Plumey. Well, laws are different country to country, but look, I've made my point about that. I'm moving on. Someone's been arrested. We have got a little bit of a party to have. Yeah, Dexter, Ted Bundy, someone obsessed with slasher films as well. The fact that he's a PhD in criminology is not lost, really, is it? Was studying for a PhD. Yeah, why did he think they deserved it? Well, I guess that's part of the thrill. Just randomly choose people to act out your own demented fantasy, maybe. Bye, Plumey. But good to see you, Humanimal. Yeah, when they announced that the house was going to be cleaned, it showed that they had got everything they needed from there. Would you live in that house? I wouldn't. But people were criticizing the property management company and saying, that's disgusting. They're going to be handing the property back over to them. Somebody actually owns that house and spent money buying it, and whatever they decide to do with it is their call. But it's not realistic to say, oh, nobody should ever live in that house. If someone wanted to, why shouldn't they? Like, these people bought that house. Someone owns it. Why shouldn't they put tenants in it? Oh, the questions for the criminology. I mean, I'm interested in it, Penelope. I mean, you can mention other channels here. I don't worry about stuff like that unless it's somebody like JLR, in which case I'll be like, okay. But I mean, if it's a standard questionnaire that they give students, it doesn't really matter what channel put it out there, Your little province was in the same article as Tassie. There was the 10 must-see places in 2023. Yay, go us. I'll have to go back and check the article out. All right. Twitter's in bloody meltdown at the moment, guys. I'm refreshing it. Oh, it's back. When a screen is about to disappear and then it sort of goes a bit blurry. Let's put some, I'll put the Twitters up. Let's have a look at what's going on the Twitters. Let's see if we can spot an apology. Let's play a little game called Let's Spot Humility on Twitter. If anyone who has been tweeting viciously and erratically for the last 6 weeks, blaming every college kid, no, I'm fascinated about it, Penelope, and I will never ignore. I've actually made a note. I want to look into the questionnaire. I wonder if I did the questionnaire. I wonder if it's like an international questionnaire of criminology students. I don't remember being asked that question that you mentioned, but you never know. Yes, humility on Twitter, an oxymoron. Well, I don't know. Let's see. If we find one person that says, hold the phone, I got it wrong, I so want to open some champagne. You had the celebration of life of Maddie and Kaylee. We've got a suspect in custody. And it's not even 2023 yet. And 6 weeks is such a short period of time. And I think they did a great job. So let's see what tweeters are saying. It's kind of like that old saying, those who study evil are studied by evil. Oh. So, yeah, a lot of people are honing in on that PhD in criminology stuff, which why wouldn't you? However, we study evil. We're true crimers. Are we all evil? Not everyone is, but that's an interesting saying. I've never heard that before. All right, what's going on? So a lot of stuff about the presser coming up. It's obvious to me, says Susie Insta, that the suspect in the Idaho murders of the 4 college students has murdered before. I hope police can have him reveal it or he confess. I don't feel that way. Does anyone else? Actually, let me drop a link too. But guys, no, I won't drop it just yet. Because I want us to stick to what we're chatting about. We're celebrating the arrest. You have an evil laugh, Ruth? I love your laugh. It is champagne o'clock somewhere in the world. Yeah, if I do drop the link, guys, I'm not going to go down, it's 6:17 a.m. And we're just excited that there's a suspect in custody. So I'd rather we chat about whatever the tweets might spark topics. I'm not going down any heavy roads. This is finally some really positive news on an incredibly heavy case that we've all been following. So I feel like if I do drop the link, if we can all just stay a bit more focused on who's been arrested and how incredible it is that they've got this prick, if an innocent until proven guilty prick. But one thing I've learned in my lifetime, not just watching true crime as a hobby, but also working in that area, prosecutors never want to arrest and charge someone unless they're confident that the charges are going to stick and they're going to get a conviction. And that's the thing that annoyed me over and over and over again with all of these social media idiots. Why hasn't anyone been arrested yet? Probably because they're watching someone, but they just don't have quite enough evidence to have a solid case. And this is a case where you definitely want the charges to stick and get a conviction. An arrest isn't the focus. It's getting the conviction. Don't derail it. Got it. I mean, I can easily boot people off too, but yeah. I will drop the link. But guys, play nice. We're a good community. Any derailers will be sent to the naughty corner. Well, you'll just be booted. Yeah, but Susie Inser, it's obvious to her that he's murdered before. I don't get that feeling. I get the exact opposite. I think this was an obsession, and it grew and grew and grew, and it got to the point where he was ready to act it out, and he did it. I don't feel like this guy's done it before. I think he researched the crap out of what he was going to do and came up with a very clever plan. Because using a knife is clever. It's very easy to stop someone from screaming with a knife, especially when they're asleep. You can easily impair a person so that they can't scream or fight back. And the description of crime of passion, people kept going, it has to be someone they know. It's a crime of passion. That term doesn't necessarily mean that it's a crime of passion and that they knew each other. It's very intimate and close, a knife. Like you can shoot someone from a distance, but if you're up close and personal with a knife, that's why. And also, usually, unfortunately, stabbings are multiple stabbings. They're pretty frenzied attacks. But the other thing too is the defensive wounds. People were fighting back. Not necessarily. Defense wounds can also just be someone feeling something going into their neck or their stomach and trying to grab whatever it is, and that's how they get defensive wounds. It's not like they're standing there going, fighting and doing whatever and getting slashed. Like there's terminology that was being used a lot that people didn't understand. Same as cold case, but we covered that yesterday, interestingly. Hasn't gone cold, far from it, I said. And then look what happens 24 hours later. But yeah, I don't think anyone, unless has StreamYard frozen again? The chat keeps freezing on my StreamYards. Hang on a sec. Oh, in other news, apparently Steven Tyler from Aerosmith impregnated a minor. Wow. What was the thumbnail of my live? This live, that random TikToker. I don't know, Jamin. But Susie Insta, it's obvious to her. You guys, all y'all need to get onto the tweeters and question. It's obvious to Susie, whoever the fuck Susie is. Assault. Oh, you didn't spell assault right, Donald. What the frig? Okay, so we've got a Joe Biden reference. Of course, let's blur things. Donald Mazziotti. There he is again. There's Bryan. There's something about Bryan. He's reminding me of someone too. Possibly someone I went to college with. In case you're wondering, this is the mugshot of Bryan Christopher Kohberger in a suicide jacket. What was it? A pickle suit. I prefer pickle suit. You are saying she's an idiot. I agree. I think it's very brash of people to go, it's obvious, and I know I'm right. I mean, haven't there been a lot of people saying that about this case too? Prediction: Idaho Murders, a possibility, 2 people involved. Who's Alan Brown? Prediction: Idaho Murders, more information still to come, a sting in the tail. I don't feel like it was 2 people either. Yeah, no, we hear you, Joman. We get you. We do. We understand. We all feel the same. I don't feel that it was 2 people. Yeah, Kramer from Seinfeld. It does a little bit. Oh my God, for Kramer from Seinfeld. Weirder eyes and more normal hair. That's a perfect description, Cement. It is. Oh my God. What's Kramer's name? Michael somebody. Yeah, I never felt like it was 2 because this was in and out very quick, and 2 people is hard. Like, yeah, no, I never felt that it was 2. I could be wrong. Like, don't get me wrong. This is again just we've followed this case, but the dual perpetrators. I mean, you have to rely on your co-perpetrator to be as switched on as you are and to carry out the plan properly. And much easier to sneak into a house on your own. I still think my theory that he was wearing like an all-in-one little hazmat-y kind of suit and mask and had a bag of clothes and everything, and he got changed while he was still in the house or even out on the back porch where his jacket and boots would have been left. And people were saying, oh, no, it's really hard to get those suits. I'm not talking like a hardcore hazmat, but I went onto Amazon and you can buy these all-in-one, like hood and foot, everything, all included for like $12. Yeah, the eyes close together thing is always telling, isn't it? They are pretty close together. I don't know if he's broken his nose because he was a horse rider at a younger age, or someone's belted the shit out of his face. Who knows? But he's definitely had a busted nose. He's probably going to get a lot more than that in jail too if he's convicted. So yeah, I didn't get 2 perpetrators. Teddy girl who's got Ted Bundy with love hearts over the photo. I appreciate that she's put the victims' photos up, but that's kind of weird too. Check out her. Yeah, she's totally into crime. I like Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, Richard Ramirez, and many others. She likes them. Okay. But, victims matter here. And look at those kids. Yeah, emojis. That was happening to me too. So yeah, you write a really thoughtful comment and put an emoji at the end, and it takes away the words and just leaves the face, and you're like, oh my God, I'm looking like an idiot. But apparently Francesca was telling me yesterday that overuse of emojis can be really problematic as well, like for the algorithm on YouTube. It's another trolling thing. So keep your emojis to a minimum, guys. But yeah, we'll move on from sorry, victims, but that's so weird. She likes numerous vile serial killers. But yeah, these poor kids, what a waste of life, 4 lives. And what was this guy just wanting to act out his darkest fantasy? You are an idiot. Well, you're one of our idiots. So, we look out for each other around here. Who is Dylan White? Idaho Murders. What? I think you've missed the news. Trending updates. What an ironic name too. There's a bigger update. But you go after Dylan. You just do that. We'll all talk about the man who has been arrested, suspect that's now in custody. But yeah, you keep blaming the surviving housemates. Trending updates. Oh my God. Could that not be more ironic? I recall one of the detectives in the Watts case had to take extended, if not permanent, leave from LE as he was suffering from PTSD. I think quite a few did, especially the people who retrieved the girls out of the oil tanks. I think there were quite a few people left traumatized. And this is what's so incredible, these cops. Imagine like being a cop in New York and just every day, just more and more dead bodies to deal with. And crime scenes are not pretty. I've been to a few. It's horrible and you never forget it. But somehow you've got to put all of that to one side and get on with doing your job. Would have been really nice if some of these speculation channels had just taken time to acknowledge the victims and also what LE were going through to even investigate this. This sort of sitting at your computer in the comfort of your own home, following an incredibly graphic crime and not being remotely what's the word? Like being in bewildered awe at how human beings are able to see and witness such horrific stuff and then somehow manage to just switch on. I'm at work. I've got a job to do. Incredible. But there's people on YouTube that are making a living off being on YouTube and this is my job. It's work. No, it's not. This is the fun part of life. So turning on StreamYard is not work. I agree. What a waste of futures and potential. Yeah, I know. It's very common. I just wish if channels want to speculate, go for it, but don't lose your humanity while you're doing it, But yeah, so trending updates is a bit behind the trends and the updates, it seems. Idaho Murders. Bryan Christopher Kohberger held passionate grudge against victims. Let me see what this is. It's unverified, and you have to download an app to read. No, thank you. And look here, dear. They finally made an arrest. Look, they made an arrest. You don't need to put finally. For God's sake, it's been 6 weeks. I'm trying to find, what are we looking for? We're looking for an apology. These other people are just going to start annoying me. Okay, this is kind of cool. A fugitive from justice warrant, like that. The sound of that. So he was arrested at a home in Chestnut Hill Township, Monroe County, Pennsylvania. And yeah, we've got the presser coming up in an hour and a half. Just an update on that. There's now 6,846 people waiting. And it's in 84 minutes. Can we keep going? Why not? Yeah, Washington State Uni, correct, just over the border. A brother studying next door. Ah. Oh. I dated a guy who was with Emergency Task Force in Toronto, and the stuff he saw haunted him. I haven't seen anything about the brother studying next door, and I'm not downloading an app to open up that other article, but we'll see what else is on Twitter. G'day. Isn't it awesome, Joey? Good morning, beautiful. JOT analysing every facial twitch of their neighbour. She never learns. No, and she really does owe Jack S a huge apology. In fact, she owed him a huge apology weeks ago. Has she given that one yet? No, don't think so. Ah, okay, interesting. There has been one apology by a YouTuber, but that YouTuber wasn't a speculating channel anyway. Mind you, that YouTuber did start to speculate, and I stopped listening to them for that reason. Yeah, finally, I know. Shaman, you get annoyed at them like I do. That's why I scrolled on. That's a goss. Yeah, and there were plenty of discussions about how that person had potentially been in the house before. For sure. And if there's a connection next door, and maybe one of the girls said something to him and that was the reason he targeted them, but can't wait for more information to come out. You've already watched the usual YouTube suspects and none of them have apologized or even mentioned. Interesting. You said it, not me, Humanimal. Definitely seen a decline in that particular creator, for sure. Seen a decline in quite a few of them, including the one I was just talking about, who just kept going on and on and on about the "what did you say to Adam" thing. Plunder has said finally an arrest. My God. These people, I guess they have to put stuff like that in there because it then supports them crapping on about how long it was taking and how it's going to go cold and all that other shit. I agree, Blissful. It is one step away from tinfoil hats. Yeah, don't look at the screen, Humanimal, but do come back for the presser. We'll watch it for sure. Exactly, Kim. And I kept saying that, including this creator who was analysing college students, isn't female and 20 or 21, but seemed to be an authority on what that conversation must have meant. I just saw it as, what did you say to Adam? I told him everything. Nothing sinister about it at all. Kaylee's dad didn't think it was sinister. But this YouTuber has literally gone live for days, going over and over again and making a big deal out of it. And it's like, can you put yourself in the shoes of a drunk 21-year-old college student for a minute? No? Might shut up then. So a quick recap. Sure, Joe. We can do that. I think it's incredibly quick. This was huge. They have to go through all the tips. They have to interview people. They were getting gazillions of tips being phoned in. Nearly 20,000 emailed tips alone. Like 6 weeks is remarkable. And yesterday there was a release saying, or 2 days ago, that little video that I did, that was 2 days ago, they were still waiting for some of the forensics to come back. I don't think they were killed because they partied, but I do think this dude had some sort of, I don't know where that came from, Joe, but now I can't get rid of this big fat ad to do a recap for you. I go through the article. In fact, there'll be something on Twitter because this website is crashing. No, now I've got it. Okay. Whew. Let's go through it again. I am using Fox and it's frustrating because it has ads. But I'm just doing a quick recap for Joey and anyone else that's wandering in now. Waking up in Australia, I was up at 4:20 with the news. There is, and it's not, it's around 20,000 because they'd already gone through 10,000. And then the other day they put out a release saying they still had 9,035 more to go through. And that was just emails.
A Fox News alert, a law enforcement source confirming to Fox News that police have taken a suspect into...
Go away, Fox. I prefer to read it than get a strike from you, if that's okay. Yeah, that was just emails. There's also phone calls and other tips coming in like onto their Facebook page. So yeah, a lot. And there was something on Twitter just before that apparently, allegedly, not verified, the father of the suspect owned the Elantra. Yeah, no, but I'll if I give you a bit of a recap on what we've got. Yep, the Hyundai has been removed. I know, 420. Go figure. So Ruth and Shanna were messaging me going, go live. Well, not go live. They're going, we've got an arrest. Hi, Miss Kay. Good news today. We're celebrating. But we're also going to be looking for apologies on Twitter for all these people that have been falsely accusing all the college kids. Apparently one YouTube creator has apologized, which is great. But that particular one, even though they started to go down a really unfamiliar speculation road for that creator, they're not a sensationalist channel, but I did see a shift and I was a bit disappointed, not going to lie. So I stopped listening to that person's coverage of it. Got very hung up on things, wasn't really entertaining any other possible explanations, wasn't really showing any critical thinking and looking at all the possibilities, just very fixated on stuff and very wrong stuff as well. So, okay, quick recap for people joining now. Welcome, Australians waking up to this news. Authorities have arrested a suspect in the November 13th murders for the 4 university students, Ethan Chapin, Sana Knodel, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Madison Mogan. Bryan Christopher Kohberger, 28, has been taken into custody by local police and the FBI at 3 a.m. in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And they're now proceeding to extradite him back to Idaho to Monroe County Court for first-degree murder charges issued by the Moscow Police Department and the prosecutor's office as well. And again, congratulations to Ellie. This is such a good outcome. We've just had the celebration of life of Maddie and Kaylee. And we've now got a suspect in custody. Yes, Humanimal. Yes, indeed. Yep. You kind of read my mind. Someone in chat right now messaged me about the apology. I'm not going to name them. And I guess that's something, but I really was surprised to see that that channel went down the road it did. Especially because that creator's known for not tolerating wild speculation and rumors in their chat and being pretty harsh on people that do it, and was actually doing it themselves as well. So Bryan, there he is. Gee, that just jumped to his photo. I just wanted to get a bit of info first, if you don't mind. He's a graduate student at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, which is literally just over the border. I think it's like 15 minutes away, someone was saying in chat earlier. Oh, sorry, it's in the article. Duh. 15-minute drive from the rental home where the 4 students were stabbed to death. So this is the guy. This is Bryan Kohberger. Now, I have confessed before that I do follow one, and you're all going to go, oh my God, Tori, no. But I do. I do follow one psychic on YouTube. Only because I really like their chat. Well, not only because I really like their chat. I really like the woman who sits up with her and sort of does all of the authenticating and verifying information as it comes out. But I know for a fact, as soon as I saw this photo and the blue eyes and the name Bryan, and I think Christopher as well, like this person has a fairly good track record, and you do take it all with a grain of salt. But yeah, I like listening to her when I fall asleep because she's very chilled out, and her little sidekick is very chilled out, and they're just nice voices to listen to. You follow her too. Oh, it's not Donna. No, it's Psychic Sleuth. Rochelle. Or Rachel. I think is it pronounced Rachel or Rochelle? Anyway, yeah, her. And I just like a break from all the speculative channels and everything else. And everyone will be like, yeah, which is a psychic, that's speculative. But she's just really interesting and, yeah, very nice, gentle sort of, well, she gets a bit snippety, but Tammy, her sidekick's just delightful. And the chat's always got really good discussions going on. And but it's just interesting to sort of hear what she comes out with. But this guy kind of is fitting every thing she said. Well, not everything, but a lot of things. Definitely going to be doing the don't say Donna. Definitely going to do the press conference. It will be live in 71 minutes. Have we got another hour in us? I think we do, guys. Absolutely. Please hit the like button too if you haven't. I'm going to start to be one of those YouTube creators, but it really does help with the algorithm, and this channel's growing, and I'm so excited. I'm getting new subs every day. So, yeah, you know, get us out there. She said, who's like Ted Bundy? She did. And she said that after I did. I mean, that was the vibe I was getting. I don't know. Maybe I need to start. Well, I do. I speak up about things that I'm thinking. My thinking meter. She actually did a reading or a session, not a reading. Is it a reading? she's not a tarot card. She does like, she just gets images or whatever and talks about it with Ted Bundy. And I've got a feeling that the stuff Ted Bundy said, Ted Bundy, was kind of on a par too. I think they've got a lot of evidence. I keep going, as soon as they said arrested, I kept going back to James Fry, the Moscow police chief, saying sloppy right at the start, sloppy. I think they've had this guy in their sights for the whole time, but I think he took off, and it was a case of trying to find him, which is why they were like putting out their request for the public about the Elantra. And that was the other thing I said right at the start. He's gone. He's not hanging around. He gone. Long gone. Joey, no, I literally have been live for an hour and a bit. 2 hours, wow. I got up at 4:20. I haven't got his arrest record, no. No previous record mentioned. Thank you, Emily. Some of you guys are bouncing around other channels and getting info too. But anyway, so there you are. There you go. There's the update on that. I want to go back to where we were before, just keeping an eye on Twitter and seeing if more information is coming out. But hopefully that's a good explanation for you, Joe. Joe. These 12 questions remain unanswered after Idaho arrest. Let's have a look at the unanswered questions. I mentioned this article before and it's just popped up again. It's The Independent. What 12 questions? Let's get the Independent up. Curious. I love there's an ad at the top for an ad blocker. I've got an ad blocker on. The Independent's pretty good for ads though. Like, they're not bad. You're welcome, Joey. I'm just moving Twitter across there. Sorry, guys. I need a producer, God damn it. I suspect Blissful with Texas. I reckon he had a very sort of, standard childhood. Don't want to say normal because God knows what was going on in his brain throughout his childhood, but I just think he probably was a bit socially inept, had difficulty making friends, was a bit awkward. Probably people were reading his weird vibe, didn't want to be around him too much. He might have also been considered to be quite a, sociable, pleasant guy, but behind closed doors, he had this very demented obsession with murder. I mean, he was studying criminology. What was that quote earlier? Studies of people who do evil are conducted by people who are evil. What was it? Something like wasn't that? It was much shorter and way more eloquent, but you know what I mean? I agree, Joey. Especially, with the celebration life of Maddie and Kaylee and having someone arrested before the end of the year. But I couldn't believe it on Twitter. Finally an arrest. Plunder saying finally. What the fuck? Why are all these people using words like that? Like they're experts on this. I mean, I only yesterday did a video about why it's not a cold case. Not even close. If it had taken 4 years like Delphi, as long as they get someone in the end, I mean, you don't want it to take 4 years. Of course you don't. But at the end of the day, getting the person and getting them with enough evidence that the charges are going to stick and lead to a conviction. That's a priority, not placating impatient assholes on YouTube. He was Humanimal and, oh no, Russell Williams. I know that case very well. It's hideous. They got the killer, Alex. They did. Well, alleged killer. They did, Alex. Good to see you. I fully understood the grief and the frustration. And I mean, one of the stages of grief is anger. But Steve has also given interviews since then and is a lot more level-headed and, you know, God knows how many assholes online found their number and was calling and, you know, sort of psyching him up as well. And, you know, it's taking so long. I fully got his frustration. But I'm also glad that that was sort of project managed with the lawyer present and everything, because when the grab truck, the second interview came out with him and he was, you know, indicating not being remotely fussed about it, I thought, beauty, these sleuths online aren't going to put too much importance on this new video, but they did. Unbelievable. A former creator who latched onto that second video and, you know, what did you say to Adam? I was actually in their chat saying, why is everyone making a big deal about this when Kaylee's father, who actually knew her more than anyone else, isn't bothered by it? Like, seriously. And I don't know if I got timed out or blocked, but I didn't go back to the channel after that. Yeah, it's not a TV show. And I mean, the fact that the cops had to actually say that in their last press release, an interview before the one we're going to see today. It's not a TV show. Things don't get solved in an hour. Yeah, look, if there was a personal grudge that led to this, if there was something that they did, maybe, look, who knows? I kind of was worried there was going to be some news story of some horrific murder, but if this was actually something that was triggered by those particular victims, one or all of them, I don't know. 6 weeks is a great time. It even seems to reflect maybe that a strong lead from the beginning. The Elantra seems they got forensics back and acted immediately. Yeah, and the fact that they started cleaning up the house yesterday and, you know, the property was being remediated. And I think they had a pretty good idea from the start, but they didn't know where the fuck he was. And they also needed to keep gathering evidence, like you're saying. I do wonder about the Teddy the dog connection. I don't know why that wasn't connected, but maybe there's leads on that one too, because they've been fairly confident that the two aren't connected. I think it's amazing too. I guess, look, if it's a serial killer, usually serial killers don't have any connect to the victims. Like Ted didn't. He was just out and about and would see someone and he's like, you're my next victim. But if this guy did have some sort of issue, if the rumor that the brother lived next door and there might have been a party and he felt, you know, rejected or jilted or pissed off about something, would he have gone on to do it again? Possibly if he discovered a thirst for blood and got off on it. But if it was also a fuck all of you, you're gone, I'm done, I don't know. We don't know. I wonder if he'll ever speak out. Hi, Renee B. He was following the girls in social media. Was he the stalker? Well, if he was following them, quite possibly. John Miller, CNN, said they matched the DNA to him and tracked the car for days. Yeah, exactly, Kim. There's sort of a lead up, isn't there? I mean, and it's often like Jeffrey Dahmer was killing animals as a kid, and then it kind of escalates over a period of years. Yeah, the lead copper rookie. And that's the thing, like, everyone's got a role to play in an investigation. This cop that had 2 years experience, who was sort of heading it all, might have incredible analytical and organizational skills and is able to multitask and be on top of everything, but stay really calm and focused. that might be why they appointed them. That's the thing. Everyone's going, oh my God, someone who's only got 2 years experience is the lead of this investigation. But we don't know why he was chosen. And the fact that James Fry was like, we're really confident with our team, basically get back in your box. You've got to, again, be a critical thinker and go, it's quite possible that this guy that has 2 years experience was perfect for the job because they're a bit of a Poindexter and might be a bit spectrum and really focused in on things, a bit OCD, whatever, or just really organised. He was able to manage this because there was so many people involved. They were managing a huge team of cops and investigators and forensic scientists. But again, people just go, 2 years, that's bullshit. He can't do his job. There's a Supreme Court judge in South Australia that was a lawyer for 4 years and went straight to becoming a Supreme Court judge. Like, some people are just really fucking good at what they do. Oh, so it was his survey. We had Penelope, are you still here? Yeah, I mean, a lot of info is coming out and it's very tricky. Renee B, you've got a lot of info. Criminal justice degree. Good to have you here. I mean, lots and lots of information is going to come out. It's pretty interesting. And we definitely will still be live when they do the press conference because it's only an hour away. I can bullshit for another hour. I'm just curious to see what these 12 questions that remain unanswered. Correct. Exactly. And he might have been a graduate straight out of the police academy who just had exceptionally good skills to head an investigation like this. I mean, there was a huge team of people actually doing the investigating. Like, there were FBI, state police, the Moscow police, that are all very good at their jobs. They don't necessarily need their best investigator running the operation. They need someone who can manage it all. Renee, you're awesome. So glad you're live. I hate having to watch true crime in inverted commas. Yeah, true sleuths or whatever. They're certainly not OG. Renee, are you a person who'd take a link? Because we've got an on the spot reporter in chat, Renee B. I mean, you don't have to, Griever, but if you, yeah, true. And this is what we've been talking about prior to you arriving, that, and this goes back to what I was saying from the start. Well, not right from the start, but when my hinky meter wasn't really spinning, but I kept going to the serial killer obsession with that, possibly also a bit of an obsession with slasher sort of movies as well. Definitely able to research the perfect crime because of what he was studying. Clearly an academic. And possibly a serious grudge as well to choose that particular house. And it's interesting that the cops went from, they believe it was targeted, i.e. a victim, and then they said the house was targeted, and then back to the victims again. Oh, you're at work doing it on the sly. Fair enough. Actually, I can probably find the survey. Give me a sec. Give me a second. I was kind of interested to see let me just scroll down and see what actually, I will share it. Let's have a look at this. I can't, for some reason, oh, okay, so Dylan White, that was mentioned on Twitter before, is someone else that was arrested in Moscow. really reluctant to I'm reluctant to go where I am because I don't know how much of this will be verified, but yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a screenshot now that he was following Kaylee and Maddie. Why don't I just show you little things as I find them? Am I going to dox myself? No. Not that I really care. I grew up in the public eye. I'm very easy to find. Okay. So, an ex-con tab. Oh, you're in Reddit. Keep researching from Reddit. I'm on another. Log in as Granny on 4chan. Granny Beryl. Can you guys see this? I can see if I can zoom in a little bit. All right, so we've got Bryan Kohberger and who he's following, and then hang on though. No, sorry, I read something wrong. But yeah, there's Maddie and Kaylee. He was following them. Okay. That's pretty creepy. Let me keep digging. I'm still being responsible. It's quite a few different profiles under his name. Let's see what else I can find. Screenshots and things like that I'm happy to show. But also Renee's got some research happening as well. I mean, this guy's a suspect. He's been arrested. Very different to going live and accusing Jack S, Jack D, Jake, Jeremy, all the J's, Adams. Hey, wake the truck up, America. I know. Oh, happy day. Very exciting. Let me go back. Let's see what else I can find. So, yeah, that stalker comment too that you mentioned, Renee, I mean, that's obviously a likely... The stalker thing was sort of debunked, and then because the family were like, never heard of a stalker. But then other people claimed that, you know, they were... I don't think it wasn't random. This guy had a grudge. I mean, I'm so happy that they've got a suspect. My page isn't loading. That my source isn't loading. There was definitely some sort of connection, and the fact that he's following those two girls isn't lost on me at all. Oh, this page is on fire. This page is on fire. I'll just refresh it. It's unbelievable, isn't it? You know, you've got Kaylee and Madison's celebration of life, and now this prick's been arrested. Yep, the car has been impounded, and there was a comment on Twitter, unverified, that the car belonged to his father, to Brian's dad. But yeah, pretty creepy following the girls on Twitter. So I had some sort of... Well, I mean, may have had a connection or may have seen them and, who are they? He definitely doesn't seem like the type to hang at the mall. Yeah, what's the store clerk? The store clerk is a hero. Are you talking about the one in the service station? Yeah, who found the video. Yeah. Oh, look, they are similar cars. You're talking about the person that was at the gas station, right? Who went through the video. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Now that is a sleuther. That's a good sleuther, not a fake sleuther, not a you sleuther. This person actually took the time to go through the footage and saw that car speeding away. Apparently Fox has been comparing him to Bundy. Hey, I compared him to Bundy driving over the causeway to work a few weeks ago. Here's someone put up a screenshot of their TV with Bryan and Ted side by side. And that little sleuthy person I was talking about earlier who did a reading or had a chat with Ted Bundy, one of the things that he said, that Ted said, oh, hang on, you missed me with that Ted said was, he looks a bit like me, but I'm better looking. They couldn't, the technology available to the public, Joman, couldn't get anything from the footage of the car, but the cops have got way more sophisticated stuff than we've got. But yeah, there's a likeness. Absolutely, Renee. And that's why it took time. And that's why all these whiners saying it's going cold really needed to shut up. You can't charge someone with a crime unless you've got a very good case built against them so that the charges will stick and you can hopefully get a conviction. I don't know why this basic principle about crime and cases and criminals and criminal charges isn't understood by people. Oh, okay. So now I've found the Reddit. Okay, give me a sec, guys. All right, this is his survey. It's only one screenshot. I'll see if I can find more in a minute, guys. So those of you who are aware of it, this is live investigating on the spot. Yeah, the cold dead eyes. I agree. I said that earlier too, Renee. Like, I got a bad vibe from him. Like, sometimes I'll see a photo of a suspect and I just go, oh, they just look like, the average Joe next door. But this guy, there's definitely, especially from the mug shot, but also the other photo of him. I wonder if his nose got broken recently, or whether that was, I have to go back and find those two photos and have a look. Actually, let me have a look now. We were looking at his mugshot. No, his nose is broken. Yeah, it's wonky in both. Just, I'll show that again in a minute. Remind me to show the nose. I just wondered because it looks like his nose was broken in the mugshot, but then the college photo of him, it's still the same busted nose. No, there goes that. Hang on, I'll stop the questionnaire for a second. To do the busted nose thing first. Because I did comment on his nose. I said he's had a broken nose. And then I'm suddenly like, hey, I wonder if that's a new busted nose. All right, I'll get my head off the screen so he can have the... Oh, it would be lovely if you could call him, but I get it. You're at work, you poor thing. He's a miserable human being and wants us... I'm so sorry, Renee B. Quit your job. No, don't. But find a new one in 2023. I think we all need to look at jobs and things, have some massive changes. All right, so mugshot of Bryan. Let me zoom right in on his schnoz. Oh, God. See what I mean? There's dead eyes. He's almost got a bit of a smirk about him too. Ugh. You nasty, violent piece of shit. All right, so this is the mugshot, zoomed in, with the busted nose. And then if we scroll down to the next photo, which looks like, it might be his student ID one, same busted nose. All right, I'm going to go back up. Busted nose. Busted nose. Damn it. Would have been great if one of the kids had clocked him. Yeah, not a recent break. But we can shelve that. You are looking for a new job. That's what I was saying before, Emily. I hope some of them I don't think even knew what happened to them, to be honest. I think it was they were gone. You can pretty much kill someone instantly with one slash or stab in the right spot. I feel like he was wearing a mask possibly because I think he's a creep and that was all part of the creepiness because masks are creepy as fuck. I can't go to masquerade balls. I can't be in a room full of people I can't identify. But yeah, I hope. I always think about that with people that are murdered, like even Athena Strand and that horrible guy. Just that's the last face she saw, and just the look in their faces are just awful, absolutely awful. All right, let's get his questionnaire up. So yeah, this is a questionnaire that he put up. Thank you, Renee, for putting me onto the Reddit thread. Let's read this out. Get into the mind of Bryan. My name is Bryan, and I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. In particular, the study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offence with an emphasis on your thoughts. Can I get this even bigger? I can. With an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. He got off on this shit. Ugh. In the event that your most recent offence was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. And the research was approved by the university. You have to be over 18. You can terminate participation at any time. And then Bryan Kohberger also left his email. And then there's a link to the study. But just let me... Oh, God, this is going to take forever for me to type it. Isn't it bug? Because this is a screenshot, guys, so this isn't an active link. Let me see if I can find... That's really weird. I just clicked on the... I found one with an active link. And it just takes me back to that screenshot. That's really weird. Just bear with me, guys. Oh, my God. I'm not paying. I need to get a new ad blocker. Something's loading. Because everybody... Oh, maybe I'll find them on Twitter. I mean, if everyone's already covered this, I mean, I'm just rehashing stuff, so... Okay. Got it. Thank you again, Renee, and don't work too hard. All right, let's have a look at this survey. Let's get into the mind of this guy. He was a mental health mentor. I mean, even the Bundy connection again with law, criminology. Can't believe I said Bundy as I went over the causeway. I really do need to pay more attention to my hinky meter. And then I couldn't believe it that that psychic chick did a reading with Ted Bundy. I mean, apparently she's done one before, but that's what we all chatted about that day. And then I did the panel with Jen Liu about it too. She'd gone off on a completely different tangent, but I also had this, this is someone obsessed with serial killers and crime and even a bit slasher movie obsession too, I reckon. All right, so this is his survey that he asked people to complete. Oh, this is just so creepy though. Like it's really hard to read them. Okay. Here we go. Let's have a look at them. This is so creepy. It's like he's asked criminals essentially information that's helped him build the crime. Oh, I'm getting the worst vibes up and down my spine right now, in the back of my neck. Ugh. You know that someone's walking over your grave feeling? Imagine him getting responses to this survey and just factoring in all the information. I think he actually thought he might get away with it. Should have ditched the car. But if it was Dad's car, guess he had to return Dad's car, right? How weird. That's his undoing. Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this point. Now, this has all been pitched as I'm doing a PhD in criminology. Let me pick the brains of criminals. It is haunting and depraved, Emily. Yeah. Oh, I keep getting the worst shivers up my spine because, look, to be honest, if you're studying criminology, questionnaires like this, research and stuff, not uncommon, but knowing that this guy is now in custody as a suspect in the murders, it reads very differently. This is demented research. Oh, so it's only going to let me do one at a time. That's frustrating. Oh, this has jumped to question 9. Anyway, well, let's just look at what we can. Let's look at what we can do. And thank you to Zachary Anders, who's put this out on the Twitters. After arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target, i.e. person or object? Please detail your thoughts and feelings. Ooh. I don't know if we'll do all of the questions because this is yuck. Why did you choose that victim or target over others? I wonder how many people responded to it. I mean, we're pitching this at violent offenders, as you can see into Zachary's comments. Yeah, now he's an accused murderer. It is really creepy. But in a PhD thesis, absolutely understandable. And any type of criminologist research, like criminology research, anyone working in this field, these questions would be standard. But haven't they taken on a whole new sinister vibe? How did you leave the scene? So yucky. I mean, not only would he be getting information that would help him build what he was going to do, but finding out how they were feeling about all of it as well. And even just him reading the responses, I reckon, fed this demented, obsessive fetish that he had. It's quite revolting. The focus on emotions is very interesting too. Thoughts and feelings. After arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target? You can just see people putting things like, well, I didn't want to leave any DNA at the scene, so I got myself those little disposable onesies with feet and hood, and I wanted to be silent in the house, and I had floorboards, or, was it floating floors or floorboards? But from the photos, there wasn't carpet, so I needed to be quiet. Like, he basically got info on everything. Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this point. Yuck. This is so yuck. It's giving me goosebumps too. It's yucky. Yeah, look, I think a Netflix show was already being written before this guy was arrested. I think the day the story broke. But also, guys, all the speculating going on about Ethan and Xana were the people they got first. I said from the start too. There was a comment that Steve Gonsalves made about he didn't need to go upstairs, but I remember that, and I never went back and watched it again, but I remember that interview, and at the time, I felt that there were many ways to interpret that comment, but people latched on the whole that must mean Ethan and Xana were the targets. But the fact that he was following Maddie and Kaylee on Twitter, you know, I still feel Ethan walked out, unfortunately, and opened their door, which would have been locked. He may have innocently been just getting up for a glass of water. Who knows? He might have heard something. We'll never know. But I really think that Ethan and Xana were collateral damage. Oh, is that a fake one? Okay, cool. So we can ignore that. This is why I'm reluctant to show too many things. But this questionnaire isn't fake, and it's creepy as fuck. All right, so ignore that. And that's why I was a bit reluctant about where I went. I'm going to go back to Twitter because that article, do I still have it open? Let's go back to this one. That's why I don't really want to delve too much. I did go to a source that isn't great, and I'm not surprised if it is fake. This is a problem. Look at it. It's going, now they've got someone. The wildfire continues to burn. Right, okay. So let's have a look at the 12 questions that remain unanswered. Oh, right in the very first part, nearly 7 weeks, a suspect has finally been arrested. Finally, that word is ridiculous. Stop doing this, guys. Nearly 7 weeks after the brutal murders of Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, and Ethan Chapin, a suspect has finally been arrested. It's 47 days. It's remarkable that they've got enough evidence now that a conviction is likely. 47 days, a quadruple murder, hundreds of interviews, up around 20,000 email tips alone. That doesn't include phone calls. And the phone calls was about, the last lot of phone calls I was still going through was about 6,500. It's all in my video that I did yesterday about the case hasn't gone cold. In the 47 days since the killings, every known individual connected to the case, from 2 surviving roommates to a victim's former boyfriend, had been publicly ruled out by police, leaving an echo chamber with no names to fill it. That seemed to change on Friday, the 30th of December, when reports indicated a suspect had been arrested roughly 2,500 miles away in the vicinity of Scranton, Pennsylvania. Bryan Christopher Kohberger was taken into custody early Friday morning near Scranton. He's been held for extradition over an arrest warrant for first-degree murder that was issued by the Moscow Police Department. Despite the major apparent breakthrough, details about the murders that shook the small college town of Moscow, Idaho, remain scant. The murder weapon is nowhere to be found, and there are huge gaps in the timeline of the last known movements of 2 of the victims. So, investigators have previously admitted they were stumped by the killings in the notoriously safe college town, small, notoriously safe college town, and for weeks had no suspects of persons of interest on their radar. According to who? They didn't put information out there. They don't have to tell the public this stuff. Everything is strategic. I'd say they had this suspect / person of interest on their radar very early on. They don't have to tell us that. They don't tell us in every single case. And this has been the problem with this case and other ones. People thinking we know everything. We don't. We don't. I mean, they were even reluctant to release the 9/11 call, and people were complaining about that. And the social media frenzy that we've all been witnessing, I'm glad they didn't tell us much. And I hope in future cases they don't either. Well, Humanimal just said that's fake, Joey, so we're ignoring that. Like I said, I did reluctantly go into a source that isn't reliable and saw that and shared it, but Humanimal said it's fake. In fact, there was a comment not far below that when the page finally loaded that said there's a heap of them. So who knows which one's the legitimate one. The media reporting has been so irresponsible with this case as well. Officials have for weeks given little in the way of updates on the case, which only serve to fuel online rumours and conspiracy theories among internet sleuths. Oh my God, do people want these perpetrators to be caught and convicted? People on social media need to calm down and stop the rumours and the conspiracy theories and wait for facts to come out. I think they've handled this brilliantly. If this guy was in their sights early on, he was a serious flight risk. Like when someone takes off up into the bush and hides, then yeah, he's a person of interest. This is the person of interest. Can everyone keep an eye out for him? That makes sense. This case was young. It's only been 47 days. If they got this guy on their radar and they put his face out there and asked people to keep an eye out for him, when they're pretty confident they're going to be able to track him down and find him, imagine the shit show that could have happened. I think LA have done a brilliant job on this. The only people who think they haven't are people who wanted more information and felt entitled to have information. People on social media. I'm glad they're disappointed. I think the cops have absolutely nailed this one. What do you guys think? Yeah, well, I've accepted that and we're not going to be showing any more things. I'm sticking to articles on Twitter and waiting for the press conference, which is the really important thing. And it's going to be in 25 minutes. So I'm just going to quickly skim through this article and just see what this article claims we need to know. But, well, I'm already kind of over it. And, yeah, the cops did debunk some stuff, but people ignored all of that. The nature of the murders. What we know, the attack was targeted, local police have long said. A crime of passion, personal. Stabbings are. And clearly this person was angry. They don't believe it was random. Oh, those poor kids, it just breaks my heart. What we don't know, Moscow police have refused to provide more details as to why they think the murders were targeted. Yeah, good reason for that too. You're going to have to trust us, your trust on that at this point, because we're not going to release why we think that. And why should they? Let them do their jobs. I never had an issue. I was quite happy with the tiny bits of information as they came out. And then I was horrified to see the YouTube sleuths and social media sleuths acting like sharks and making mountains out of molehills. The cops were clever. They gave out little snippets that were completely unconnected, like the grub truck and all of that sort of stuff. The second video that was put out. I'm just scrolling. I'm just curious to see. Yeah, the murder weapon. So we do know that it was a knife. But we don't know where it is. Well, the idiot didn't get rid of the car, so he probably hasn't got rid of the knife either. In fact, based on this guy so far, the little bits that we know, it's probably buried at his parents' place. I reckon they need to dig up the backyard, look around trees and stuff. The messy crime scene. There's quite a bit of blood. Well, that kind of goes without saying. Not clear if they left DNA. It's all going to come out in the wash. The killer. On Friday, 30th December, reports emerged 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger has been arrested in Pennsylvania as an apparent suspect in the case. He's a student at a different university. Moscow police had not confirmed this officially as of the morning of Friday, the 30th of December. What we don't know, who is he? Well, we're going to find out. Look, I'm going to put the press conference up. It's not for another 22 minutes, but it's the final countdown, and while we're waiting for it to kick off, we can look good. Stuff in chat. Doesn't let me full screen it till it starts. That's frustrating. There's now 15,936 watching. All right, chatteroonies, what are you up to? People don't understand due process. You need me to educate them. All right, I'll do a whole video on that. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. No, the questionnaire is not fake. It was a social media photo of him following two of the girls. Just in case you commit a crime, thank God you don't have social media. I'm more concerned that I don't commit a crime, but because of what is on my history on this laptop, I look pretty dodgy. There's no denying. If anyone did a search on my laptop, they'd be like, okay, warped individual, she's our number one suspect now. $2,000 miles, that's 2 or 3. Yeah, I reckon he was gone that night. Gone. Whew. See ya. He planned everything, including getting out of there. Americans don't realize how much info they have or lack of privacy. No, they don't. But, it's the ideal storm for these sleuths, isn't it? But even as recently as a couple of weeks ago, I showed in Australia still any photos, that photo of the 6 of them, the 6 housemates, well, the 5 housemates and Ethan. In Australia, they still blur out the faces of the surviving housemates and don't name them to respect their privacy. Even though their names are out there and everyone's been accusing them of all kinds of horrible things. He may not have even had social media. I get the feeling he was a bit of a loner. He was antisocial. There were a lot of things that didn't help. And that, yeah. I'm happy to give Steve Gonsalves a lot of room with that interview. He's just lost essentially 2 daughters because Maddie was like a daughter to them as well. And there's so many stages of grief, and anger's one of them. And yeah, I think that it was not a great thing. But I think it was really well handled from that point on as well with him. But I really felt for him and his frustration, for sure. For sure. Excuse me. BH Betty, bullshit Betty is claiming the victory. No. I hope she doesn't get in. I hope they look at her pass and go, that came off the back of a cornflakes box, bullhorn Betty. Isn't it? I mean, like, if you want to be serious and you want to be this new on the scene investigator, you might want to ditch Bullhorn Betty as your professional journalist name. Just a tip, Bullhorn Betty. It's not good. I've got a YouTube channel, Bullhorn. I'm Bullhorn Betty. It doesn't make you sound credible. So many rude people. They demands the entitlement, the whining to be fed. They have done a brilliant job. Yeah, I think so too. Bullhorn named other guy first. Ugh. Yeah, I've ditched that article. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, press pass from a crackerjack box. Press conference in 16 minutes. It's unbelievable. 47 days. But guys, I think we're going to be, like usually with crimes, we're always, unfortunately, for the most part, left asking why. I've just found some more questions from his survey. He's 6 feet tall. And he weighs 185 pounds. I'm just skimming through an article, and any new info, I'm going to give it to you. Okay. Another question was, before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling. After committing the crime, oh God, I'm getting that again. Oh, and it's getting me right down, not my lower back, just under my rib cage at the back. Yeah, we're chatting about the fake Bryans, and, you know, I retract that too. In fact, if I can, I'll edit the video, take out that shot that I showed of Twitter. Unless everybody understands, you know, I'm not perfect. I reluctantly went onto that site. I shouldn't have done it. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not that big a deal. Very much so getting off on it. Very much so. Okay. Yeah, after committing the crime. How was your life right before the crime occurred? And then there's, did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Question again. What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? This is so sinister. Did you commit the crime alone? How did you accomplish your goal? Please explain what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving, is there anything else you did? How did you leave the scene? Wow, guys, there's more photos. Hang on. How long have we've got a bit of time till the presser. 13 minutes. Just found some more photos of him. And he looks very run-of-the-mill in these photos. Get my face out of the way. Look at these photos of him. Looks a bit cocky on the left. But the one on the right, like I said, I mean, he's just sort of this academic. He would have just kind of blended in. Bit of a nerd. Yeah, I will lose my chat, and I don't want to because there's some really good info in here. So, yeah, I won't worry about the Twitter. I'm moving on. We're moving on. It's just my conscience. This is how strict I am with myself about not speculating and doing my research. But this is a story that's evolving. So, yeah, I think everyone will cut me a bit of slack. But, yeah, you look at these photos of him. He's just sort of, I mean, he just would have been part of the scene, you know. His defense will claim everyone replied to the survey are responsible. They gave him a roadmap to make him do this. He's one warped individual. But yeah, I mean, if you're at a party or you're just walking around campus and you saw this guy, you wouldn't automatically think, I mean, you know, obviously people give off energy. Okay, so Josh Benson has confirmed a DNA match. Thanks, Renee B. I get creep vibes from the left photo. The other one, well, they walk amongst us vibes. Yeah. Yeah, the one on the left is a bit cocky, I reckon. I'm picking up cocky, but the one on the right. Come on, let me shrink it. It's not letting me shrink it. It looks like, sorry guys, I can't shrink it anyway, but they were the photos, the two photos. Of him. I'm going to put the press conference back up because all this activity on the pages I've got open is freezing up my computer a bit, and the one thing I do not want to miss is the press conference. So I'm going to put that back up, and then I'm going to shut out of some of these pages because they're hot, man. Like everything is just going crazy. Oh my God, and it's Fox has frozen my screen. All right. Fuck you, Fox. Seriously. He was working as security at Washoe Uni and was sacked. Wonder if people complained. I don't want to keep talking about Psychic Sleuth, but she said she could see him wearing a badge and like he was walking around on campus and may not have actually been a student. I mean, he obviously was as well, but people who follow Rachel will be very pleased with what she's come out with. And you know how people say, oh, they just throw a million words out there and some of them will stick. She's quite detailed. Like, this is really not far from the stuff she's said. She was way more interesting to listen to. She had more, because she's not speculating with the information that we have. She's just getting vibes. The reading with Ted Bundy, guys, I'm going to listen to it again later today because yeah, he said a lot of stuff, and he said he did look like the perpetrator looked like him, but not as good looking as him, as Ted Bundy. They definitely are questions a criminology student would ask, but now that we know he was the one asking them, they're so much creepier. Male, cocky, overly confident. She did. She said badge and she said security guard. Thank you, Miss K. Miss K and I, if nobody else follows Rachel or Rachel, and you think that I'm an idiot for just commenting on it, but it's just interesting, way more interesting than the people speculating, because, yeah, she's literally just sitting there getting vibes, but this is so interesting how close so many things that are adding up. He has cauliflower ear. Past violent behavior and a busted nose too. Yeah, this guy's got issues. Like that goes without saying. But yeah, the Reddit crime survey is the hot topic on the tweeters now. Time for Bryan to take his own survey. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find out much. I've got a feeling this guy is going to zip his lips. But DNA, ba-bow. However, DNA alone, DNA is brilliant evidence to have. I'd be really interesting to see. This is going to be a case we'll follow, obviously. I'm just shutting out of all these other pages because my look, the Untied States of America. I do love you guys, I do, but my God, your advert clogged websites and media outlets. My computer just weeps. All right, I'm out of nearly everything now. Yeah, it's a point of interest, Kim. I'm not saying anything more about it. It's just interesting. Miss K knows who I'm talking about. It was everyone in chat gets a nod from me. But yeah, I'm going to listen to it again for sure because 5 minutes till kickoff. Okay, I can expand the screen. If anyone needs a cuppa, a mega pint, a toilet break, I'm going to go to the loo. So the press release is going to be kicking off in. Oh God, now I've enlarged it. I mean, it's actually live now, but nothing obviously happening. So I'm just going to go to the loo, guys, and grab a quick cuppa. I'll see you all back here in a sec. That buffering is not me, by the way, guys. That's them. The marriage, Kohberger Gonsalves marriage. Oh, I think someone mentioned that further up too. Was that you before as well, Miss Kay? Oh, family connection. Oh my God. This is getting worse and worse. Ugh. Maybe he did show his face then. Okay, Groovers.
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Kohberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process. However, due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Kohberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court. I want to express my appreciation to our local community, the people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case, on the evening of November 12th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. after visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Zana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. The two surviving roommates had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m., reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted, and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. The cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times. These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We had developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done, but be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation. It was the dedication of them and the persistence and the numerous hours that led to an arrest. Fortunately, these highly skilled people worked together as a cohesive team to solve this case. I also want to thank our community and the nation. Over the past 6 weeks, I've been continually reminded of how much our community cares. Locally, public support has been exceptional with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness. Agencies and individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You kept this in the news. You helped us with tips. You kept things going, and we truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received, which is an impressive number. I would like to invite Bill Thompson, the county prosecutor, up at this time.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohberger, and let me preface, there is a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over in Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works. Once he gets here, he'll have an initial appearance with our magistrate. They'll deal with issues such as making sure competent counsel is representing him, and the case will be scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. As an attorney, myself and my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. You all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry, his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police Department for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared, Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. Today's news of arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
That is part of the investigation, and that will come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking the victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily and we've continued to have contact with them.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Bryan and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that? And were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI, and keeping information that was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation where when this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything right and we've slowed down and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Stephanie Becker with CNN. Can you tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect?
I can tell you for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times even throughout the day that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Danya back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that that was one of the biggest pieces of information you were asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. The additional police presence in town and on campus, semester's coming. Is that going to continue?
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. You know, we're talking to Latah County as well. You will see a presence of us that we're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that. So you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. I'm going to take two more questions.
Hi, Chief. Julie Scott, ABC News. Can you tell us if you eventually had a license plate number to the Elantra and how you tracked it to Pullman?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out.
Chief, hi, Matt Lovelace with the Murrow College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Kohberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if he returned to campus after November 13th? And have you had any communication with departments on the WSU campus about his attendance?
So some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation. We'll be asking some of those questions, but that'll come out in the near future. So what I do want to do is I want to thank you all. You really have been the national voice for us. You've given us the opportunity to get many, many tips. And I do appreciate everything you've done, and we'll continue to look forward to working with you in the future on this. So I'd like to thank you for that, and thank you for your time.
Well, there you go. And they specifically addressed the sleuths too. Okay, Shanna, I've got the photo. I'll share it. There was a lot of discussion about this still photo from the Corner Club. And Shanna's saying, look at the upper right-hand corner guy. Yeah, great job, LA. Absolutely. I thought, and I don't know whether it's verified or not, but this is the upper right-hand corner guy. Definitely a similar likeness. I thought that he was, I've zoomed in. You guys are a bit behind me. That could be why they released the photo. That's what I was about to say, Kim. I can't recall the source and if it was verified, that it's Adam. You've been debunked. Let me go back to my, I haven't done my spreadsheet for a while with the, this photo is not included in my spreadsheet, whether it was verified or not, but give me a second. And I'm going to go to my verification, one of my verification sources. Hey, do you guys remember too that that really bad article that was printed for the Star, and it said that the murderer was caught after 49 days. Well, it's been 47. That's kind of creepy. Have I taken that photo off? So yeah, just give me a sec. Probably not him. I've had some wine. Look, I love you and you're sleuthing, but the wine might interfere. Yeah, wine goggles. Let me just see if I can verify though, because I've been keeping a spreadsheet because I'm an absolute nerd. It'll take a few minutes. Not a few minutes, but where's it gone? Ew. Why didn't it open up? But I mean, I think it's pretty much a given. We're all saying that, yeah, I did read that was Adam, but I haven't, my spreadsheet's not up to date. My mind said, in my opinion, he doesn't look like BK, if that's what's being suggested. My wine says you're wrong, Jamin. My cabinet is suggesting it. Yeah, so BK is 6 feet tall, 6 foot. But yeah, that front page of the Star, some of you might have seen it floating around on YouTube, but it was saying, you know, how the murderer was caught after 49 days. I think it also suggested there was somebody else involved, which is interesting because that question in the press conference about has someone else been arrested? And well, what he said, did you arrest somebody else? Can you verify that he said that? Has anyone else been arrested? Maybe there was a getaway car. I've never felt like there were two people in the house. You got to have two people completely on the same page. You know, if you're going to have a partner in crime, they've got to be people you can rely on. Just while I'm trying to find verification regarding Adam in that photo, but everyone's going nuts. In fact, people are saying a lot of you deserve, a lot of you owe some apologies, especially to the police and all the innocent people that you've blamed. And they're like, it's just innocent speculation. We're our discussion group. I have got some video that I'm going to show you in a minute, but I can't find my source. Hang on. Let me search her. It's always good when you find another research nerd. And this research nerd has been really good at verifying or keeping, like I do with my little spreadsheets of info, and then whether it's verified or not. But now I can't find Pleasure, Joe. Yeah, there was definitely discussion about whether there were two people in the car. I mean, there's speaking of cars, there's also discussion that he sold Kaylee the Range Rover. There's all sorts of new things. But at least now there's someone arrested. I hope that the sleuths just, you know, if they want to dig and dive and do all of that stuff, as far as I'm concerned, they've got a suspect. It's a fact. It's going to be irresponsible, of course, but it's interesting to see what. Any comments from Sunny Sleuth? She had breakfast at 4:20 this morning. 4:20. It was all happening in this household. She did floof her tail earlier. Let me keep digging. You just chat amongst yourselves. All right. So many things. So many messages and things. Interesting. Okay, so doesn't look like they've covered the Adam photo either. Bear with me, just going through a lot of information. This is about the Adam thing. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think we've debunked the Cabernet theory. So yeah, it was that not irrelevant, but it didn't even make it onto the list. So anyway, we've taken that photo down, but I did just find some weird little video that some of you might find interesting. You think Sunny Sleuth needs to come up on screen? Hey, Sunny. Hi, what do you think about the arrest? She's actually like, why the fuck did you just wake me up? Who messaging me? Oh, friends, that's cool. I'm actually glad this has happened before I go to Singapore, because I had a feeling it'd be like 2 a.m. if it happened in Singapore. Kim, thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, a tourtière. Yum. I want some of that. What is that? Tourtière. French Canadian meat pie. Oh, yum. And what's the difference between a pie and a tourtière? It's prepared with cubes of raw meat and veggies, and the dish prepared. Oh, if it's prepared with minced meat cooked beforehand, it's a meat pie. What is traditionally served with a tourtière? Cranberry sauce, pickled beets, something sweet and sour, or something with a kick to it to pair with a spice meat and flaky crust. Yum. A French Canadian meat pie recipe. Looks delish. Tourtière. Well, we all want a tourtière now. Singapore, 5 days. Yeah. The 5th. The 5th of Jan. I'll go live a little bit, or I'll do something from Singapore. Don't worry. I'll be showing off. Be Tasmania calling from Singapore. Let's go, Groovers. Yeah, it's possible they're still, don't know. I mean, yeah. Well, the fact that nobody else has been arrested, I mean, I guess they're focusing in. But if I mean, I don't know where that person heard that he said, has anyone else been arrested? To ask that question. Does sound like a good one for the Shitty Kitty Kitchen. Chaperone away. Hey, Kim, do you want 13 unwanted dinner guests? Because we're coming. All right, let me show you this. Now, if these buggers strike me, I shall cry. Don't go after the baby channels, TMZ. I've heard they're shockers for striking. But anyway, I'm going to comment. This is Bryan receiving his degree.
Kohberger. Jessica Crayhansel. Jessica is the program assistant for graduate.
There he is. Audio a bit disconnected, but it's always interesting watching them, you know, moving. Let's start again. Thank you.
Bryan.
Thank you, TMZ.
Kohberger. Jessica Crayhansel. Jessica is the program assistant.
So there he is, graduating. Definitely. Hey, look, let's give the Cabernet a break. Of all the sleuthing, you just got a notification for Shitty Kitty? I'm not doing anything on Shitty Kitty. What'd you get, Miss K? That's weird. Do they scrub degrees? Don't know. Interesting question. Don't know. Academic misconduct. But that's more like plagiarizing and stuff. Bribery, cheating, fabrication, plagiarism, general misconduct. Doesn't really go into like whether you end up with a criminal. I mean, for a lawyer, for example, if I committed a crime, I'd be struck off as a lawyer. I don't think you actually lose your degree though, but you definitely lose your right to practice law. I have chili cooking in the crock pot with cornbread topping. Oh, yum. Yeah, prisoners are allowed to get degrees. That's true. Now I've got the sun in my eye. So, wow, 4-hour live. Thank you again to Ruth and Shanna for my phone. I thought I had Do Not Disturb turned on my phone, but it went ring-a-ding-ding-ding. Thank you both for alerting me. It was 4:20 as I rolled out of bed and went, let's do this. Fed Sunny. Unfortunately, you know, even though a lot of sleuths owe some apologies, they were all going to be saying freedom of speech. You really need to Google what your rights are with that. There are exceptions, and it's not okay to be targeting innocent people. Stop it. And also those of you who criticize the cops, In fact, let's just do a few more tweets because I found one that I wanted to mention ages ago. But the sun in my eye, I'm not going to be able to read the screen for much longer. Let's just name and shame a few tweets on Twitter. Yes, thank you to Ruth and Shanna for waiting. Isn't that lovely? I love my subscribers. I love this community. Because if I had woken up, I mean, not that I would have woken up now. I wake up at 5 anyway, so it wasn't that far away from my normal wake-up time. But if I'd woken up, I would have been like, nobody told me. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm a big girl. I can do my own research. But, yeah, thank you so, so much. So here's a tweet. Sue me for defamation. I don't care. Been following the Idaho murders from day one. I thought the trail was cold. Yep. Derp. So I'm glad there has finally been an arrest in the case. 4 young, beautiful people were killed, and it would have been a travesty if the murderer wasn't found. Wow. How much stupidity in one tweet. Oh, snap, Jamin. Yeah, a special kind of stupid. I think Kaviri needs to, if you've been following cases from the first day, like, I think you need to actually learn how to follow cases. She thought the trail was cold. I did a live yesterday or a video yesterday with all the leads and tips they're still going through. You stupid, stupid, numpty, caca, poo-poo head. No bond for the arrested suspect. Hallelujah. Okay, we did mention the death penalty before, and I was a bit emotional listening to the cop, and I was like, they've got this guy, just get rid of him. But I am very anti-death penalty. I live in a country where we don't have it. I think it was Kim who pretty much put what I normally would say about the death penalty, which is better to have 40 guilty people locked up than an innocent person executed. And I generally am very anti it. I was a bit emotional. It's interesting that the state does have the death penalty, and I think it was Renee who pointed out the average time span of a person on death row in Idaho is 18 years. And I do believe that, you know, incarceration for the rest of their life is a great form of punishment. But it also upsets taxpayers because of how much money it costs to keep people in prison. That's the sort of argument against that. But I've got a feeling this guy's going to go to trial because I think this is all part of the weird, obsessive, demented fetish that he has. The way he's wired. I think the trial is going to be part of it, all of it, the whole thing. He's living what he's studied. Flux Brina, his picture makes me extremely uncomfortable. Look, it made me, the arrest one obviously wasn't great, but that other one that we had, the college one, but then those other 2 photos, you know, one of them he did look a bit cocky, but I take terrible photos. People could look at photos of me and say that I look like an asshole or I look grumpy even. I've got resting bitch face. I mean, you can read so much into a photo, but there's definitely a vibe and it's not nice. It actually costs more for death penalty. Well, there you go. See, we don't have those costs. So, You dad it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, prison justice is a thing. Cops not releasing much but the suspect's name, and the sleuths will go wild. And as far as I'm concerned, let them. I will continue to cover this, of course, as facts come out. But I kind of feel a bit like, well, someone's been arrested. The sleuths are going to be sleuthing. I mean, they already are sleuthing. Some of them are potentially even already faking social media. And I was stupid enough to show it earlier. But I'm also of the view he's in custody now. It's kind of like, well, go sleuths, go feed on that stuff. Because finally you're going to stop accusing Jack S and Jack D and every other poor kid that you've essentially destroyed their lives and haven't allowed them to grieve. And forever now, when you type their names into Google, videos are going to come up accusing them of murdering their friends and girlfriends and ex-girlfriends. Like, it's sickening. Oh, look at that. Shocker. Suspect arrested in Idaho Murders. Not who TikTok psychic said it would be. Yeah, well, that's the other case we're going to be following. The TikToker. Hey, look how they've done that photo. Isn't that the way they do the photo for the Ted Bundy, one of the Ted Bundy movies on Netflix? Interesting. You're calling to real books. Yes, get him onto it. But I do kind of feel like he's going to enjoy going to trial, weirdly. Oh, I don't think the professor's backing down. Accusations do ruin people's lives. It's so irresponsible and hideous. And you guys know that I get very passionate about that topic on here. We've got a lot of people already linking the death penalty. Oh, he was a Satan worshipper too. Look at all this stuff coming out. Unverified, allegedly. But they're like, this is the photo where we were looking at earlier. Yeah, that he looks a bit, I don't know. Oh, I'm not a robot. I clicked allow. Oh, God. I've visited an illegal infected. Let's get out of there. Oh, I should learn my lesson. See, so this is that Insta that was previously mentioned was fake, but then you've got Kaylee over here as well following him. So I don't know. Oh, look, Xana's on this list too. Oh, and also this is a different, this probably is fake. I mean, 21 followers, 18. Who knows? Let's just see what the Guardian has to say, and then that's a photo from the vigil. Wonder if he was at it. No, he was long gone, in my view. I'm just saying if there's anything new. So his current status with the court filing, he's awaiting extradition. According to a probable cause affidavit, Pennsylvania police are helping police in Moscow, Idaho, Idaho State Police, and the FBI with criminal homicide investigation. Bryan C. Kohberger was taken into custody based upon an active arrest warrant for murder in the first degree. He was arrested in the early hours. I think it was 3 a.m. I don't think he's going to defend himself. but you never know. Wait, where's the Guardian article gone? Citing four law enforcement sources, NBC News said the man arrested was being held in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, having been brought before a local judge on Friday morning. Police in Moscow, Idaho have not confirmed the arrest, but have publicly announced a press conference at 4 p.m., which we've just watched. The four students, Ethan Chapin, 20, Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, Xana Knodel, 20, and Madison Mogan, 21, were stabbed to death in an off-campus residence situated near university sorority and fraternity houses. The quadruple killing sent shockwaves and sowed mistrust. For weeks, residents remained on edge as no suspect was named. Authorities did not disclose the discovery of a murder weapon nor proffer any possible motive. Many of the 11,000 University of Idaho students left Moscow right after the murders, while others who departed for the Thanksgiving holiday opted not to come back. Locksmiths' vans could be spotted around town, amid reports that some locals requested pepper spray or guns for Christmas gifts. Local businesses reportedly shuttered early, and residents feared walking or staying alone. Before the killings, Moscow, a town of 25,000 near the border with Washington State, where BK was a student at the uni there, had not seen a murder in 7 years. Conspiracy theories proliferated. One University of Idaho professor sued a self-anointed TikTok psychic for alleged defamation over the claim, made without any evidence that the academic was responsible for the killings. Moscow police requested public help on the 7th of December, and within a day had to send tips to a special FBI call center due to the volume of calls. The break in the case came after police asked the public for assistance locating a white sedan spotted near the student's home around the time of the murders. According to CNN, law enforcement honed in on Kohberger after linking him to the white Hyundai Elantra. A man by the name of Bryan Christopher was listed as a doctoral student by the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University. The man's website picture resembled a photograph released by police. The man's website picture. Holy shit. I thought I was going to end this live. I'm in a rabbit warren. Help me. Sorry, guys, I'm just checking because it looks like StreamYard's playing up. I just want to see if I'm frozen or not. Oh, sorry, guys. I wasn't sharing the Guardian article. I'm so sorry. This is the article that I've been reading from the Guardian. Sorry, guys. It doesn't really matter. I mean, you might have been listening to me reading anyway, but couldn't find his website, but I did find something else. I've just gone into another rabbit warren. We'll be alive a bit longer. Just need some more water. Later the page listing graduate students, appeared to have been taken down. The university did not respond to multiple requests for comment. Prior to his studies, Kohberger reportedly undertook graduate studies at DeSale University in Center Valley, Pennsylvania. Earlier this year, he posted on Reddit asking former prisoners to take part in a research project aimed at understanding how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime, and the story behind your most recent criminal offense. Okay, reports indicated he had worked as a school security officer in the Pleasant Valley School District. Okay. Whilst looking for the website, I stumbled across this article. From the New York Post. Right, so this is the New York Post. I've just zoomed out so I can read it. In fact, hang on, I'll just zoom in I'll just move that over near my StreamYard. Okay, temperamental New York Post website with lots of ads and everything else. The suspect in the stabbing deaths of the 4 University of Idaho students worried his family with his bizarre eating habits, according to a relative. Speaking exclusively to the Post Friday afternoon, a former aunt of Bryan Kohberger said his dietary restrictions were very, very weird. Plot twist. It was above and beyond being vegan, said the aunt, who declined to be identified, but said she was previously married into the family. And that Kohberger-Gonsalves connection too, I haven't seen anything on that yet, but that was mentioned in chat earlier. His aunt and uncle had to buy new pots and pans because he wouldn't eat from anything that had ever had meat cooked in them. He seemed very OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. Look, I do know of vegans and vegetarians that won't eat out of pots that have had meat in them. Yeah, aunt by marriage. I guess the marriage ended, right? So she's now a former aunt. Then they talk about obsessive compulsive disorder. He was arrested in a pre-dawn raid. And there's his arrest photo. Again, creepy. Like, honestly, we talked about this. I hate the New York Post. We use the New York Post sometimes in batshit, and it does this too. It's frustrating. Don't need to see his face anymore. Anyway, seen more than enough of his face. Wow, he was able to. Oh no, sorry, the university removed the page. Okay. Yep. So people are already talking out about him. Okay. Oh. This Indian Mountain Lake, a private community. This is apparently where the home was. Isn't it weird when you say prevent wildfires and fire danger moderate and all the snow? But yeah, local authorities are holding back the press outside the gated community in which Bryan Kohberger is reported to live in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. I had a ball in Pennsylvania. I went to Intercourse, Pennsylvania, and Blue Balls, Pennsylvania. You don't believe anyone who will not identify themselves. Yeah. But then we've also got Kaylee Gonsalves' grandmother said the family was relieved by the arrest. I don't know, New York Post, seriously. Finn had a really interesting story on batshit the other day that was published in the New York Post, and it was so salacious. Let me get, oh my God, all the ads and pop-up videos. My God, this website is so frustrating. Okay, so Cheryl Gonsalves. Hang on a sec. You have climax and hell in Michigan. We have snug and ooze and penguin in Tasmania. I'm not going to shrink this page again because it's the New York Post again, and they drive me insane. So I've zoomed out just to have a quick look at this. I've got an ad blocker, Renee. I'm going to be getting a new one. Well, actually, I'm just going to stop going to these friggin' pages. Family members of the 4 University of Idaho students viciously stabbed to death in their beds say they relieved a suspect was fainted. Finally! Oh my God. That word's got to go. Stop it. It's 47 days. Ugh. I'm so sick of them using the word finally. Hey, Emily. Isn't it a great way? Oh my God, it's a 4-hour live. You better put me on rapid speed. Of course, we're relieved. Cheryl Gonsalves, grandmother of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, told the Post upon hearing BK had been taken into custody. This is what we wanted. We wanted him caught, and now we want justice. Absolutely. This is only the tip of the iceberg, guys. At Elantra, matching the description of the car police had identified as being near the crime scene at the time, also confiscated from the scene. Knodl's mother, Cara Northington, told NBC News Friday that Kohberger's arrest felt like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I can't, their faces, it just... This is the photo in Australia. If this is used in any of our media, they still blur out Bethany and Dylan's faces and don't name them. Describing the ordeal of the past 7 weeks as a nightmare, Northington said she'd learned about the arrest after waking up and speaking to a friend. She was not familiar with the suspect. A lot of the grief was not knowing who this was, knowing that whoever was responsible for that is still out there. So, yeah, this definitely takes a lot of the grief that we're experiencing off our shoulders. It's unreal. I'm thankful to everybody for finding this creep. Yep. So many words. Earlier this week, Madison Mogan's father, Ben Mogan, expressed his belief that his daughter's killer would eventually be caught and reaffirmed their gratitude for law enforcement efforts. It's amazing, isn't it? Everyone connected to it, but total strangers sleuthing online. Dignity just doesn't seem to factor in at all. Today we're commemorating our Maddie and her friend Kaylee with relief, knowing that she can now be properly laid to rest, the statement concluded, referring to Mogan and Gonsalves' joint celebration of life service scheduled for this afternoon. Like, that's just crazy, isn't it? Ugh. So be extradited to face charges in Idaho on January the 3rd. All right, guys. I think is probably a good note to end this live on. What a fantastic outcome. And yeah, I think media sources that keep using the word finally, just stop feeding these idiots who think that 47 days was long. I don't understand how people who claim to be huge fans of true crime don't understand the most basic concept of all. That is, you need to build a case before you press charges, and you want those charges to stick, and you want to get a conviction. They've probably been watching this guy, just trying to build a case against him. It just frustrates the crap out of me. Finally, it was going cold. Thank God it isn't going to go cold. Like, stop it. Just stop it. Can't change what people say. I mean, here's another tweet. I'm glad they got the killer. I was really concerned they may not get the guy. Shout out to the FBI. Shout out to all of the cops that have worked their asses off there on this. Oh my God. So yeah, there's someone now claiming he's also said that he was emulating Ted Bundy and is behind at least 2 more murders. And on it goes. I mean, I could literally be live for days. This is not from a reputable news source, by the way. Copycat serial killer. Ring a bell, Groovers? What were our theories? I'm just trying to see if it names the other unsolved case. Okay, so he does mention the one in Salem, Oregon, Travis and Jamie Lynn Jewton. And he also mentions Sandra Ladd, the one who was murdered in Washington in 2020. And the other one was August last year, 2021. I guess we'll see. Not from a reputable source, but okay, where's the laugh? Let's get a laugh in before we end this. My coworker had a headache and I gave him Midol and now he's bouncing off the walls wanting to know why a woman has ever told him about the miracle medicine. Is that like a period pain one? Because I had a similar experience with a friend of mine. I gave him Nurofen and he's like, isn't this for period pain? And I said, well, it's good for period pain, but it's good for other stuff too. And the same sort of thing. And then he said, well, all these other meds I've taken before when I've had headaches and stuff like Panadol, they barely touch the side. So clearly period pain must be way worse because you need something stronger. It was a light bulb moment for him. They always look over it. And as I don't know, being a lawyer, I guess my connection to the law, the course of justice, due process, all of that stuff that's important. I cling to that stuff. Yeah, I think so too, Ruth. I think they're probably watching him for a few days before they arrested him. It has been a heavy day, but thank you for sharing that story. So yeah, guys, you're awesome, as always. A 4.5-hour live, but it was worth it. And I'll be penciling in January the 3rd. I don't go to Singapore till the 5th. So we can watch and chat about what happens when he makes it to Idaho. Obviously, I think there's other things that are going to be coming out. So there will be more lives on this. And I just want to say that despite all of the criticism of LA, blatant criticism, accusations, the horrible, shitty things that were said about them, especially the Moscow PD, they kind of ignored the state police and FBI while they were being so scathing. I see nothing but a case that was just handled so professionally. I love that they didn't release a lot of information to the idiots on social media platforms because it was already a friggin' nightmare. And I think this is an incredible outcome. And 47 days is nothing. If anyone's ever looked into actual cold cases, which this one wasn't and wasn't even close to becoming one, that gets solved 20, 30 years later, the cops don't give up. And the fact that they've arrested someone within 47 days is fantastic. Also, all of the innocent kids that have been named, they've had every aspect of their life analysed. They've been accused of murder. The professor who was accused by a TikToker, so many people owe apologies. But the one thing that doesn't seem to be anything at all of substance on social media platforms is humility, empathy, kindness, not expecting many apologies. But seriously, some of you people really need to take a hard look at yourselves. I believe that they've got enough evidence and they're confident they're going to get a conviction, thank God, because this social media sleuthing, one day a Bryan is going to walk free because of you guys meddling and all the crap that you do and going real life, and YouTubers tracking down potential witnesses and interviewing them and getting inconsistent statements. You're essentially handing defense lawyers reasons to ask for witnesses to be struck from proceedings because they're unreliable. And if that's a key witness, perpetrators are going to start walking free. So yeah, please, if you feel inclined, you can send a card or you could send an email to Moscow PD to congratulate them, or send a tweet. Don't call the tip line. They've got things to do. Even emailing, maybe go for the snail mail. If you do see anyone out on YouTube who does apologise for their reckless speculation, don't congratulate them on apologising. Just note that they did. They shouldn't have speculated so wildly and so recklessly in the first place. Sweet dreams, Emily. Yeah, I know. I feel like we've just left a really big party. I might gather up my stuff and go for a really beautiful walk on the beach and just... But I'm really happy. And I think that, yeah, we're not going to change the shitty people's minds on anything. But if you do see someone apologising, if you feel that they did, no, don't congratulate them. Just acknowledge that they, yeah, okay, good. But I'd certainly be nipping anyone in the bud who continues to rant. And I will definitely, if I'm in chats and I see people saying, finally, I'm going to lose my shit. Hey, Renee, what's that case before we sign off? What's the one in Texas? Because this is my area. This is my focus, is looking at cases where social media is mucking everything up. No, don't head home, Renee. I need the name. I need the name. Come back. Come back. Renee. Listen to me, Renee. Listen to me. Come back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Smooth Criminal Channel. No, yeah, Smooth Criminal Channel at gmail.com. Weirdly, lots of people have Smooth Criminal as their Gmail address. Bastards. Thank you so much, Renee. I'll look into that because they're the cases I want to cover. This is what drives me. This is the area of law that I'm really fascinated by. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons I got hooked with Idaho 4, because on came the sleuthing and it was just like, guys, you got to stop doing this. And I'm hoping that TikTok lawsuit sets a precedent. Something's got to happen. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Again, special thanks to Shanna and Ruth for alerting me in the middle of the night, my time, that there was an arrest. And I really appreciate everyone hanging out with me. Do hit the like button if you haven't. Also, welcome to the new channel subscribers. Getting new subscribers every day, which is really exciting. And hopefully, I mean, I knew that something like this, people would go to Ickard Mel to watch it there. I get that. I think he had 10,000 people watching him or something insane. But those of you who came here, thank you so, so much. Really appreciate it. One good thing here is that we all get to chat and hang out together, and it's more like us sitting around a dining room table having a good old natter. So I really appreciate you guys choosing to be here and not on some of the other platforms and channels. Have a beautiful day, everyone. It's turning into a gorgeous sunny morning here. So yes, I think I'm going to go for a walk shortly. And until next time, everybody, don't get struck by a smooth criminal.
DJ Kohberger. He left a blood space on the carpet. Stripping underneath the table. He could see she was a neighbor. So she ran to the bedroom. She was put down. It was her doom. You okay? So anything you okay? Are you okay? Anything you okay? So anything you okay? Are you okay? Anything you okay? So anything you okay? Are you okay? Anything you okay? So anything you okay? Are you okay? Anything you okay? Are you dance? Are you okay? That's out of the window. Then he stopped you. I can see no really. Take me to your heart. To the bus place on the carpet. And then you ran into the bedroom. You were shut down. It was shut down. Anything you okay? So anything you okay? Are you okay? Anything you okay? So anything you okay? Are you okay? Anything you okay? So anything you okay? Are you okay? You've been hit by a smooth criminal.
Happy New Year. It's the 31st here in Australia. I was so caught up in this, I forgot. I will see everyone next year. Take care. Bye, beautiful people.